juta ringgit untuk satu unit. Itulah kos peralatan dan mesin besar untuk kerja kami. Tapi bagaimana kami nak jalankan kerja kalau tidak mampu nak beli mesin? Nama saya Muhammad Nizam bin Abdul Karim. MK membuat pelbagai jenis projek dalam kejuaraan awam, termasuk membekal automotive spare part, fabrication logam dan keluli, dan kami juga menjual dan membeli scrap metal. Dalam sektor kerjaan kami, peralatan dan mesin besar sangat-sangat penting untuk memudahkan kerja. Tapi peralatan seperti ini sangat mahal. Saya pun bertanya kepada kawan, bagaimana nak mengatasi isu duit deposit yang sangat tinggi seperti ini? Seorang kawan memperkenalkan kepada saya Maybank SME Trade Financing. Dengan Maybank Trade Financing inilah saya dapat membeli die cut 50 tan yang berharga RM250,000 sekaligus menaikkan sale turnover syarikat saya. Prosesnya sangat mudah. Apabila barang sampai di port, saya cuma perlu sediakan 4 perkara untuk Maybank, iaitu borang permohonan facilities, bill of lading, invoice dari supplier dan KI form dari custom. Lepas tu Maybank terus bayar kepada supplier saya di China. Dalam masa beberapa hari saja, saya boleh keluarkan mesin dari port. Sejak itu, Maybank menjadi rakan perbankan dalam perniagaan saya. Kini, dengan peralatan yang lebih moden, saya lebih yakin untuk projek yang berskala besar. Maybank ni banyak servis dan produk yang sangat membantu, terutamanya perniagaan saya yang semakin berkembang. Contohnya, Maybank 2UBiz. Saya gunakan platform ini untuk buat bayaran secara online, termasuk bayaran gaji. Jadi, saya adalah lebih masa untuk buat perkara yang lebih penting. Sekarang, syarikat kecil saya telah menjadi syarikat pilihan dalam industri ini dan saya teruja dengan masa depan perniagaan saya.
I started working on the factory floor. Today, I run a multi-million ringgit company that ships gloves across the world. My name is CKO. I have been in the glove industry for about 20 years now. When I first started my own business, we couldn't produce our own glove, so we traded gloves made by other manufacturers. We were so small. It was hard because we were the new kid on the block. Maybank believed in us and gave us a first loan. We bought our first factory with that. We joined local and global trade shows with MITEC, so we could promote our products and service to get known of our customers better. Overseas customers are different. They are different payment system, and you must be able to maintain a certain foreign exchange rate because forex changes all the times. This was a huge headache, but Maybank helped us through. When we had to expand and when the gas utilities company required bank guarantees, Maybank stepped in. A good relationship is about trust. Our customers trust our product and service. Because of this support, we could meet the rising customer demand and provide a better facility for our workers. AHA has grown from a trader to a major player in the glove industry today, thanks to our banking partner who has been with us over 10 years, through all our challenges.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit, and this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to UBIS. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next DGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
Saya Wan Farhana. Syarikat saya telah menjalankan perniagaan menguruskan permit pekerja asing hampir 10 tahun lamanya. Sejak 6 bulan lepas, saya telah merancang untuk mengembangkan perniagaan saya, namun idea ini agak sukar untuk direalisasikan tanpa bantuan keuangan. Pada masa yang sama, saya mendapat tahu Maybank telah melancarkan permohonan pinjaman secara online. Oleh kerana itulah, saya memohon Maybank SME Digital Financing atau dikenali sebagai pembiayaan digital SME Maybank. Sistem permohonan melalui Maybank to You ini sangat pantas dan cekal. Ianya sangat mesra pelanggan kerana tiada dokumen diperlukan dan semuanya menjadi mudah untuk saya. Yang membuatkan saya lebih kagum, semuanya diuruskan dengan begitu pantas. Di mana saja, dengan hanya menggunakan pelayar web dari telefon bimbit. Maybank SME Digital Financing menjimatkan masa saya dan membolehkan saya untuk lebih fokus dalam merancang strategi untuk perniagaan saya.
Hi, I'm a car dash camera distributor specializing in the top 2 Korean brands in the Malaysia market. We cover retail, distribution, consultancy, and after-sales service. I was happy when a new business opportunity came across my path, and it was so timely that my Maybank SME manager introduced me to the Maybank SME Digital Financing. The online financing application was a great experience. I was able to submit it from the comfort of my own office at my own time. It is great to see the progress from the last time I took a financing 2 years ago at the branch. This round, I was surprised that no documents were required. I managed to complete my application entirely online via Maybank to UBIS without having to go to the branch. The approval was fast and beyond my expectation. I have to say, Maybank SME Digital Financing saved me a lot of time so that I can focus on what matters most for my business.
我拥有多家眼镜店铺，因为疫情的影响，我需要额外的资金来支持公司的运转。当我刚接触 Maybank SME Digital Financing 的时候，我也只是抱着试一试的想法，申请了这个新的线上融资。没想到整个过程是那么的简单和迅速，只需要填写简单的企业资料和点击几下就完成了。过了不久，也收到了融资批准的答复，这真的是让我很惊喜和意外。我还以为以现在的经济状况来说，我会很难申请到额外的资金，或者是说申请的过程会很复杂和要求很多的证件。没想到 Maybank 这个新的线上融资竟然会那么的容易申请，这绝对能为业务繁忙和需要额外流动资金的中小企业带来很多便利。
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to all shareholders attending the 64th Annual General Meeting of the company. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly a unique event as this is the first time in the company's history that we are holding the AGM in hybrid mode, meaning not only do we have shareholders attending this meeting physically at this venue, but virtually as well from wherever they may be at the moment. This is indeed a welcome change for both Dato' Khairul Saleh and myself, because we were both appointed during the COVID pandemic, and all the company's general meetings that we have attended so far were held virtually. Hence, it gives us great pleasure to finally get to see you face to face for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, the board's intent in holding the meeting in hybrid mode is very clear, and that is to ensure that all our shareholders get a chance to participate in this meeting regardless of where they reside. For your information, this AGM is streamed live from our meeting venue at MITEC, Kuala Lumpur, and the remote participation and electronic voting facility for this meeting is provided by our appointed share registrar, Boardroom Share Registrar Sdn Bhd. As for the formalities, please be informed that this meeting arrangement is conducted in accordance with Section 327 of the Companies Act 2016 and Article 59 of the company's constitution, as well as with reference to guidance notes issued by the Securities Commission. And the purpose of today's meeting is to consider the businesses as stated in the notice of the 64th AGM dated 27th of March 2024. Before we begin, may I request your kind cooperation that all mobile devices be either switched off or put on silent mode until the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you. Before we delve into the agenda items, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the changes within our board since our last AGM. We bid farewell to directors who have concluded their tenures with Maybank, namely Dato' R. Karunakaran, formerly our Senior Independent Non-Executive Director, and Mr. Cheng Ki-chek, previously a non-independent, non-executive director. On behalf of the board, I express our gratitude for their invaluable contributions. The board also extends a warm welcome to Dato' Yi Yang Chen, who has joined the board in November last year, bringing with him fresh perspectives and vast experience dealing with local and cross-border transactions, which would add value to the Maybank Group, being a regional bank with presence across ASEAN and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce members of the board of Maybank. On my right, our President and Group CEO, Dato' Khairul Saleh Ramli. Next to him is Dr. Hasnita Dato' Hashim, who is also the Senior Independent Director, followed by Mr. Anthony Elam. Next is Puan Fauzia Hisham, followed by Dato' Zulkifli Abbas Abdul Hamid, and Dato' Yi Yang Chen. And on my left, we have our Group General Counsel and Company Secretary, Encik Wan Mazimin Wan Muhammad, followed by Ms. Shirley Goh. Next to her is Mr. Edwin Gerungan, then Ms. Cik Zakia Din, and Encik Sharifuddin Khalid. Ladies and gentlemen, the Company Secretary has confirmed to me that we have the requisite quorum and we can proceed with this meeting. As you may be aware, the notice of AGM together with the company's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability report, and environmental report for 2023 have been published on Maybank's corporate website on 27th of March 2024. And these publications are in accordance with the company's constitution and the listing requirements. If there is no objection, I hereby propose that the notice of the 64th AGM be taken as read. Can one of the members second the motion, please? Thank you. I declare that the notice of the 64th AGM be taken as read. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with paragraph 8.29a of the listing requirements, voting on all resolutions for this meeting will be conducted by poll via electronic voting system administered by Boardroom. Messrs. Deloitte Business Advisories Niran Berhad has been appointed as the scrutineers for the e-voting process. Shareholders attending physically and virtually are to cast their votes via this system. And on that note, please be informed that the voting session is already open. Hence, all of you may start casting your votes now until the closure of the voting session to be announced later. The poll voting results and declaration of resolutions will be shown on the screen after the scrutineers have verified the poll results upon the closure of the e-voting session. I will then declare whether the resolutions are duly passed. We will now play the boardroom video to guide you on the e-voting exercise for today.
Procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting procedure is Boardroom Share Registrars. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform through the following modes. Shareholders and proxy holders attending the meeting physically here with us, you will vote via your personal smartphone or tablet. For shareholders who are here with us, your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code has been issued to you during registration. Scan the QR code on the instruction slip with your smartphone or tablet. Kindly enter your username and password as per the given in the voting instruction slip. To vote, click on the voting tab on top of the screen. The resolutions and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Cancel. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. You may seek assistance from the usher around the room if required. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip, which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Voting kiosk will be made available under the Chair directive. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the Chair announcement. You may seek assistance from the usher stationed at the voting kiosk if required. For shareholders and proxy holders that is joining this meeting virtually, please refer to the instructions below.
Dear shareholders, thank you for your participation at today's virtual meeting. On this virtual meeting platform, you will be able to view the live broadcast of the meeting proceedings, pose questions to the Board of Directors, and submit your votes in real time while the meeting is in progress. To view the live broadcast of the meeting, please click this broadcast icon. If you are participating in this meeting via a laptop or desktop, the live broadcast panel can be viewed side by side with the voting panel. To maximize the broadcast panel, please click here. Audio of the live broadcast will continue to play in the background, even during the voting process or when the broadcast panel is being minimized. Do adjust the volume control on your device for optimum audio output. Please click this arrow to return to the main meeting screen. You can minimize the broadcast panel by clicking this broadcast icon again. Should you encounter any issues with the broadcast view, please refresh the page by clicking this refresh icon. If you have any questions for the Board of Directors, you may raise them at any time before or during the meeting. To do so, please click on this messaging icon. Type your question within the chat box and click on this arrow to submit your question. A message will appear that your question has been received. To return to the main meeting screen, click on this icon. To view the resolutions for this meeting and submit your votes, please click on this voting icon. Once the voting has opened, the resolutions and voting options will be displayed. To vote, please select one of the available options, for or against. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your vote has been received. To change your vote, please click on the other option. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your new voting direction has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please click on Cancel. You may change your voting direction at any time before the chairman closes the voting session. Once the chairman announces that the voting session is closed, you will not be able to change your voting direction anymore. You may click on the broadcast icon to return to the live broadcast screen for the announcement of voting results. Should you require any assistance during the virtual meeting, please call Boardroom's help desk at 603-7890-4700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the agenda for today's meeting, please be informed that shareholders and proxies are welcome to raise questions at any time during this meeting by submitting them in writing by a messaging window facility in the virtual meeting portal. For shareholders who are present at this venue today, you have the option of scanning the QR code provided to you upon registration to submit your questions electronically, or you may ask your questions using the microphones closest to you during the Q&A session today. All questions related to door gifts, customer service, or any other administrative matters will be forwarded to the management team so that they can answer your questions directly. We have also set up a booth outside this meeting hall to attend to your questions relating to Maybank's products and services, such as credit cards, mortgages, car loans, and insurance, as well as to receive feedback regarding the same. I would be pleased if such questions could be directed to our personnel who are stationed at the booth, and they will be happy to attend to your queries with regard to these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the board will address all questions related to the AGM and the group's performance, business and outlook during the question and answer session to be held later during this meeting. And in this regard, we have engaged Deloitte to verify that we have answered all questions raised by shareholders. Kindly be informed that we have uploaded all questions received prior to this meeting, including those from PNB, EPF, Co-op, and MSWG, together with our responses on the group's corporate website, as well as in the Documents tab of the virtual meeting portal. We invite you to review these documents, as you may find that some of the questions that you may wish to ask have already been answered, and therefore there is no need for you to ask the same questions again. And this will minimize the time taken for us to answer all questions from shareholders before we proceed to vote on all resolutions to be tabled today. As we move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to take this opportunity to outline the sequence in which we will be addressing questions and queries. And this is to ensure a structured and efficient Q&A session. We will address all the questions which we have received from institutional shareholders and MSWG right after the presentation by the President and Group CEO. And during the Q&A session, we will first answer all questions submitted via the virtual meeting platform prior to the meeting, and then thereafter, we will open the floor for questions from those who are present at this venue today. Lastly, we will answer all questions that are submitted today via the virtual meeting platform. By following this sequence, we aim to ensure that all questions are addressed comprehensively and in an orderly manner. In addition to participating in today's discussion, I also encourage all shareholders to download Maybank's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability report, and environmental report from our corporate website. These reports provide valuable insights into our performance and commitment to sustainability. As part of our commitment to sustainability, we encourage all shareholders to refer to the soft copy version of the annual report instead of requesting for hard copies. With regard to the door gifts for the AGM, please be informed that we will be issuing Lotus's vouchers with a value of 50 ringgit each to all shareholders and proxies who have registered for this AGM. Shareholders and proxies who have registered physically would have received hard copies of the Lotus's vouchers during the registration for the AGM here, while those who have registered online will receive their Lotus's e-vouchers via email address which they have used to register for this meeting. The e-vouchers will be sent within 7 days from the AGM date. As for parking arrangements, for those who drove to this meeting by car, please collect your parking identification ticket at the registration hall to enjoy the complimentary parking. Please also hand over the parking identification ticket to the car park attendant at the exit, and he will assist you in opening the gantry. Please do not tap your touch and go credit or debit card when exiting the car park. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the business of this meeting, I would like to invite our President and Group CEO, Datuk Khairul Saleh, to give you some highlights and updates on Maybank's performance during the financial year 2023. So, Datuk, if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, shareholders, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. My presentation today will cover a few areas, not just the financial performance, but will also cover our M25 Plus corporate strategy, and also some updates about capability building that we believe is key in making sure that we can achieve what we set out to do. And of course, we will also end up with our financial trend over the last 5 years, and a bit on our on our outlook for 2024. First, in 2023, it was a year of significant achievements for us amid a very, very challenging landscape. We had our operating income up by 3.3%, supported by a big increase in non-interest operating interest income, which went up by about 38%. We improved our asset quality. Our credit charge came down to 31 basis points from 40 basis points, and we recorded net profit of 9.35 billion ringgit. That's about 17% increase year on year. For the first time, our total assets exceeded 1 trillion ringgit. We have strong loans growth across all the home markets. We recorded a 9.2% year-on-year loans growth, and we continue to focus on also preserving capital. We had solid capital position. Our CET1 capital ratio at the group level stood at 15.34%. And we also improved our return on equity. So as we accreted capital, we also were able to improve return on equity as well. We registered an ROE of 10.8%. We rewarded our shareholders with a total dividend for 2023 at 60 cents per share, full cash, no DRP, and that was higher compared to the previous year of 58 cents. As we looked at the full year, we saw solid shareholders' returns. Dividend yield alone was at 6.7%, and total shareholders' return was at 9.2%, exceeding the KL Financial Index on Bursa. We had a market cap of 116 billion ringgit at the end of 31st. As of yesterday, it went up a bit more to 118 billion ringgit compared to 104 billion ringgit at the end of December 2022. And with that, our focus is not just about financial, but our focus is about making progress across the board. And we receive significant accolades across customer centricity, employer proposition, and sustainability. For example, on customer centricity, we were recognized as Bank of the Year in Asia Pacific and Bank of the Year in Singapore by The Banker. With respect to employer of choice, we were recognized for the 6th time in Willis Towers Watson Global High Performance Companies benchmark with Sustainable Engagement Index score of 89%. You will notice that I'm not going through everything, I'm just picking up some of the key items on the presentation. And with regards to sustainability endeavors, so if you look at the last one, we were the only Malaysian corporation to feature among the 750 companies in Time Magazine's World's Best Companies in 2023, with a sustainability ranking of 374 compared to the 750 companies that were benchmarked. So just a recap again, our net profit rose 17.5%, led by increase in non-interest income, and that came mainly from gains in investment, trading income, foreign exchange, and higher core fees. Our net interest margin compressed by 27 basis points, but this was indeed an industry phenomenon as higher funding costs and continued deposit competition affected our margin. On costs, costs grew by 11.8%, and this primarily came from personnel costs, IT expenses, depreciation, and credit card related fees due to higher billings as the spend came back to normal post-COVID. Our net loans provisions, as I mentioned, our asset quality has improved. Our net loans provision reduced 16.3%. Then there was also a net write-back in financial investment and others. So with that, we reported a 17.5% increase in net profit to 9.35 billion ringgit. And we also improved our earnings per share about the same rate as well by 16.6%. From a balance sheet point of view, we had a strong loans growth last year, reported a 9.2% loans growth as a group. And as we benchmark with banks in Malaysia, we actually reported the fastest loans growth for 2023. And what was also encouraging is that we saw a broad-based loans growth in Malaysia, in Singapore, as well as in Indonesia. Deposits also grew 9%, but CASA ratio dropped from 40.9% to 36.9%, again, as people went back to spending post-COVID. But our 36.9% CASA ratio is still higher than pre-pandemic CASA ratio of about 35%. And our all liquidity levers, loans to deposit ratio, LCR, as well as NSFR, they're all within encouraging and comfortable levels for us. Because of the huge increase in funding costs, whilst we grew our interest income by 33%, our net fund-based income actually declined by 6.6%. Whilst NIM compressed by 27% year on year, we saw a moderation of that compression post Q2. So the biggest impact of our NIM compression during the first 2 quarters of the year. But so far, the last 2 quarters, in fact, even in the first quarter, we are seeing a significant moderation of NIM compression. Now, on non-interest income, significantly higher and came from gains in investment trading income, FX, and higher core fees. We saw a 38% increase in NOII. In treasury and markets alone, we saw a 59% increase. This is again from favorable movement in FX gain and higher realized capital gain, offset, of course, by lower derivative trading income in group global market. What was also encouraging is we saw an increase in core fees, and this came from cards, service charges, wealth management, unit trusts, IB and A fees, as well as underwriting income. And this is an area of focus for us in terms of our growth lever. In insurance, there was an NII losses narrowed, but it narrowed. But again, as far as insurance is concerned, we can't just look at the non-interest income perspective. We have to look at the overall in terms of both the interest income as well as profit income, the unrealized gain from equity. So net actually, our insurance reported a PBT of almost 1 billion ringgit, 980 million ringgit in 2023, compared to only 190 million ringgit in 2022. I mentioned overhead expenses. It grew by 11.8% from higher personnel costs, including the conclusion of collective agreements with the unions last year, higher IT costs, higher admin and general expenses. We did see a lower marketing cost last year to about 560 million ringgit. If you exclude the cost of our transformation cost of M25+, our cost increased by 10.3%, and our cost-to-income ratio would be 48.2% instead of 48.9%. Again, one of the major achievements was with respect to asset quality. Our net impairment loss declined by 39.5%. And this is again compared to in 2022, we had quite significant preemptive provisioning, but that really didn't happen in 2023. We maintained our overlay of about 1.7 billion ringgit on balance sheet, and 60% of that is allocated to our retail and SME portfolio. So our credit costs came down from 40 basis points to 31 basis points, and it was as high as 80 basis points at the height of COVID in 2021. Our gross impact loans has also come down from 1.57% to 1.34%. And we are fairly comfortable with our loan loss coverage at 125%. It declined, but at 125%, it's still very comfortable as far as the bank is concerned. So with all these numbers, we rewarded shareholders with strong returns for 2023. Again, I mentioned the numbers earlier. But at the same time, I said we improved the ROE. So we gave about 77% of our profit to shareholders. We were able to improve our ROE to 10.8%. And at the same time, we're able to still improve our capital level for growth and for any stress situation. Now, that is a bit of our performance for 2023. I just want to move to M25+, which is our current transformation program. And the tagline is about propelling us from good to great. Under M25+, we have also refreshed our purpose statement, which is we are a values-driven platform powered by a bionic workforce that humanizes financial services. And under this transformation program, we have got 4 or 5 strategic thrusts, which is about intensifying customer centricity, accelerating digitalization and technology modernization, strengthening Maybank's position beyond Malaysia, driving leadership in sustainability agenda, and last but not least, achieving true global leadership in Islamic banking. I just want to point out a few key points under M25+ strategic program. First is about the investment that we have made up to December 2023. We committed 577 million ringgit, both CapEx and OpEx, out of which 87% goes to tech for business. This is basically technology improvement that is required from our business people. And out of that, about 304 million has been spent Yeah, so approve is one thing, but spend is another thing. Now, just quickly on some of the SPs, which is stands for strategic programs. We've got 13 strategic programs. Yeah, the first one is on SP1. So what we do in SP1 is about supercharging global banking's mid-cap segment growth. We have got a huge customer base in mid-cap, but now it's about really penetrating this mid-cap as opposed to just looking at the bigger companies. And the outcome that we saw last year was that we were able to at least improve the loans growth in mid-cap by 11.2% compared to a decline of 22%, about 21% in the previous year. Now, another SP that we did, again, just picking up some examples, is SP3. And this is about expanding the GCFS consumers ecosystem. And one of the ecosystem that we focus on is about home ownership, where we embedded home to you mortgage platform into our partners ecosystem. And we call partners here is actually the developers. We enable home to you access to our sales force and not just to the applicants. And last but not least, we also built dedicated sales team at branches and boosting secondary market. So we actually managed to originate 40% of all loans through this Home to You app compared to only 5% the previous year. We improved our secondary market loan origination by 48% compared to 11% the previous year. And last but not least, we actually improved overall mortgage loans growth by 10.4% compared to 6.8%. At 10.4%, we actually were the fastest growing mortgage bank in Malaysia. We also had some other programs like, putting in more eKYC, straight-through processing for CASA account opening, and driving regional capabilities, for example, and the SP3. Now, moving on to other SPs, SP4, about scaling up SMEs across markets. What we did in Malaysia was we combined all the businesses of the small SMEs, the medium SMEs, and the commercial banks into one commercial banking. And this has resulted again in higher loans growth and higher sales force productivity. Similarly, in Singapore and Indonesia, we did the same thing. We resegmented the SME, putting them under one roof, and we saw increase in monthly average sales, as well as in terms of loan origination and approval, both in Singapore and Indonesia. SP5 and SP7. SP5 is on building global Islamic finance leadership. SP7 is about uplifting Indonesia. Again, we saw strong traction from Islamic beyond banking propositions. Our group, Islamic wealth management, fee income, and AUM increased significantly. And we also made headway in terms of certifying more companies for halal and disbursing of loan or financing from our halal business. At the same time, in Indonesia, we launched we call it Sharia Wealth Management, not necessarily Islamic Wealth Management in Indonesia. And we saw increase in AUM as well as fee-based income. And similarly, in Singapore, we were the first bank to offer end-to-end Islamic wealth management solution. The last page on SP is on SP6. SP6 is on enhancing insurance customer centricity. So we actually put in a new app for our people at the bank to be able to understand what our customers already have or don't have. And with that, then it's easier for our salespeople to be able to have a more informed conversation with our customers. And because of that, we saw a 72% improvement in sales, of salespeople using the Banca app. And then for over the 6 months from June to December, we saw an uplift in premium by 230 million ringgit. We remain very, very optimistic on our Banca business as a strong revenue generator going forward. Similarly, on Moto, we introduced what we call one-click renewal for insurance. You can imagine sometimes you will have to click many times to renew the insurance, but we introduced this one click, and we saw a significant increase in auto renewal premium year on year. My last update on SP is SP 11 and 12. This is about personalization, hyper-personalization using data and data analytics, and also more technology modernization. We were able to improve customer engagement rate significantly on our web. We were able to accelerate the time to market using API approach when we launch our solutions, linking them to our partners. And last but not least, from a control point of view, by using data, we have also reduced time taken for our cybersecurity team to retrieve customer information from our dashboard to be able to prevent more customers from falling for scams. Moving on sustainability, as you have seen in our annual report, we say that we want to be a sustainability leader. And here we do champion sustainability leadership through ambitious commitments as well as through global recognition. So these are all the achievements we have done since we set a baseline in 2019 for sustainable finance, for example. We have recorded a sustainability finance amount of 68.48 billion ringgit against a 2025 target of 80 billion. So we think that this 80 billion will be exceeded within this year. We have also improved 1.37 million households across the region against our target of 2 million by next year. So again, we are well on our way of exceeding targets. We have been able to reduce our Scope 1 and Scope 2 carbon emission by 49% against a target of 43.5%. And last but not least, we committed 1 million hours every year for our Maybankers to be able to contribute to sustainability activities. So far last year, we did 1.9 million hours amongst our employees. And some of the advancement of our commitments in 2023, for example, we were the first Malaysian bank to launch a transition finance framework and the first of its kind in ASEAN. We developed Maybank Group human rights policy towards the end of last year. And we have also finalizing our sector-specific transition pathway for two sectors, power and palm oil. And soon enough, we'll be releasing the white paper for these two sectors in terms of checking out how we will be able to achieve net zero by a time, hopefully, before 2050. And with that, we have been recognized globally. We improved our carbon disclosure project rating to B from C. That's the highest rating received by a bank in Malaysia. And we obtained an overall entity rating of 2 by RAM, which means very, very low risk. And we maintain our MSCI ESG ratings of AA for the consecutive year. So again, our purpose is not just about making money. Yes, we work hard to generate returns for our shareholders, but our purpose is also about humanizing financial services. And we continue to make profound impacts to the communities we serve, both through Maybank and Maybank Foundation. Again, embracing our humanizing financial services across 3 pillars: empowering education, community empowerment, and environmental diversity. So for example, in empowering education, last year alone, we uplifted 38,000 youth through financial literacy, which is cash bill kit, through scholarships, and we have also introduced for the first time ASEAN Maybank Scholarship for 5 scholars, and we also penetrated rural kids for specific for maths, as an example. As far as banking initiatives is concerned, we actually have mobilized about 34 billion ringgit of financing over the last 3 years, affecting 450,000 individuals and about 100,000 SMEs. And beyond banking, we have cumulatively touched 620,000 recipients with about 100 million ringgit worth of contribution. Last year, we contributed about 26 million ringgit of zakat. And of course, we have other solutions through iTakat, Equan credit card, and our first home scheme. So we are redefining our digital offerings, focusing on customer centricity and agile ways of working. How agile is that? Basically about intensifying our focus on customers and doing it in iterative means. For example, we have intensified end-to-end customer journey via holistic ecosystems that go beyond banking. I mentioned about home ecosystem. We are looking at halal facilitation and also integrating SMEs beyond banking as well. And we're also trying to regionalize a bit more. For example, we have introduced seamless now regional account opening for customers between Malaysia and Singapore. We are going to introduce trading capability for our stockbroking side to be able to enable our clients to trade products across the region via our new Maybank app. And then we have also introduced, as you would know, cross-border Do It Now QR payments as well. And from service, we take service, customer service very, very seriously. And we launched what we call Agile Customer Experience at the branch back in 2022. And we covered all the branches, actually, and we saw 70% reduction of account opening time from 51 minutes to 15 minutes. And we also reduced the handling time at branch to only 12 minutes. In terms of the outcome, we see that the Net Promoter Score from our customers has improved from 24 to 37, and the transactional Net Promoter Score at the branches have also improved from 84 to 97%. And this, I guess, also led to greater usage of our digital capabilities. And the statistics that we show here is in particular for our group community financial services across customer penetration, across sales penetration, monetary transaction value, and active users. And you can see that the trend is in the right direction. Equally important, if not more important, is about investing in our people and developing the next generation talents. We actually spend about 130 million ringgit in upskilling of our people, and that's up year on year. We have specific program under M35 Plus, what we call unlimited potential as well, to make sure that our leaders are, trained to be able to work in an agile environment, for example. And with that, again, we have got this recognition of being a highly engaged workforce. Our Sustainable Engagement Index, that it was run by an independent party, scored us at 89%, and that's above global average of 88%. Now, just to wrap up a bit on what we have achieved in the last 5 years. So indeed, we are making commendable and steady progress across ROE, loans growth, capital, asset quality, and even our core fee income. One area, of course, that is not going in the direction is cost to income, but we have told you so, right? Because we are now in an investing mode under M25 Plus. We are hoping that our cost to income will start coming down by next year, but that 45%, I must be honest, it looks challenging. It may come down, but down to the extent of 45%. So my last slide. Our focus in 2024 remains on driving growth and profitability, and at the same time ensuring stable asset quality. And of course, our mission is to continue to reward you, our shareholders. We do expect continued GDP growth in year on year in the key home markets. In interest rate, we think that in Malaysia it will stay at around 3% OPR. Singapore, we expect interest rate to come down. The 3-month SORA now is around 3.6%. We think that it will come down to around 3.3, not necessarily to 3.15. As you can imagine, there's so many things that are happening around the world that we can't even keep track of. In Indonesia, for example, we had actually, our research team actually forecasted a reference rate decrease, right, from 6% to 5.2%. And everyone was surprised yesterday when PI raised it by 25 basis points. So we think that in Indonesia, probably rates just will hold around 6% and not really going to come down to 5.25%. But things are very, very fluid at the moment. My last comment, our guidance for 2024, we think that NIM will compress about 5 basis points year on year. Our cost to income ratio will be below 49%. Our credit costs will be up to 30 basis points, improving from 31. ROE, we hope to be able to improve it from 10.8 to 11%. Dividend payout policy, we will maintain at 40 to 60%, though we will try to exceed this as we have done. Yes. Thank you. I hand over back to Tan Sri Chairman.
Thank you, Dato' Karusale. May I also request that you share with our shareholders the questions that we have received from our substantial shareholders, PNB, EPF, and Co-op, as well as from MSWG, and our responses to the same. These Q&As are currently available on our corporate website, as well as under the Documents tab of this virtual meeting portal. So if you please, Dato', once you get a little bit of a breather.
Thanks, Tan Sri Chairman. So, first set of questions is from PNB. I think they have 11 questions in total. The first question was with respect to statutory audit fee. They asked why audit fee increased 30% year on year. The main thing basically is because of the new accounting standards in our insurance business. If you notice, there was this new requirement under FRS 17. Yeah, it was actually a significant overhaul in our accounting standards and practice. Yeah, and it's not just about putting in the accounting standards, but it's also about validating how we account for our insurance business under the new accounting standards. So that's actually the main reason for the increase. And I just had a chat with our auditors, and this is a trend that you see across all insurance companies. In fact, some insurance companies, the audit fee has gone up by 2 times. The second question is on interest rate across home markets. The question is, what are the reasons from preventing us from a rebound of NIM, yeah, back to the pre-pandemic level? So aside from deposit competition, other factors that could prevent net interest margin from rebounding would be, increased geopolitical risk, rising inflation, and also heightened market uncertainties. Over time, we can expect competition on the financing front as well to impact our NIM, and not just on the deposit front. Yeah. So there are multiple reasons, and it's going to be quite challenging to expect a rebound. Moving on, the question is, in the environment of anticipated stable interest rate and improvement of local currency, what are the plans to ensure NOII will continue to improve under M25 plus fee income? Indeed, fee income is a major focus for us. We have identified 7 core areas to help boost fees, and this would be areas of wealth management, SME, global market sales, cash management, mid-cap, banca under the insurance side, and even motor insurance. Of course, we will continue to enhance our propositions in these key areas to expand and diversify NOII. And the way that we're trying to think about it is, again, to make sure that we address consumer pain points and their needs, yeah, effectively. Excuse me. The next question is, 5 digital banks are expected to commence operations by April, but are unlikely to pose much of competition to incumbents anytime soon. Why digital banks are unlikely to pose competition to incumbents in the immediate term, the question. And what are the target customer segments of digital banks that Maybank has penetrated? So there's only one bank that has started operation so far, which is GBank, right, GX. The other banks are still trying to get them up and running. Now, the threat of 2 incumbent banks in the term is, we think, limited, because during the foundational phase, which is 5 years required by Bank Negara, they can only go up to 3 billion ringgit of asset size. Yeah, so that's fairly limited. And then the underlying objective of these digital banks is to serve the unbanked, underserved population, which represents only about 8% of the Malaysian population. And many incumbent banks are not active in this segment. But having said that, incumbent banks have also stepped up spending on their own technology, digital analytical capabilities, right? So incumbent banks already have their own captive clients. So for example, in Maybank's case, we've got 12 million customers under CFS in Malaysia, which we can then seek to enhance, penetration, loyalty from. Yeah. So judging from global trends as well, we saw that digital banks are unlikely to venture into big ticket consumer lending. Now, where we may see some intense competition is potentially in the deposit front. So you notice that they have, like GX, for example, they have paid around 3%, right, 2.5% in deposit for customer acquisition. But we think that over the medium term, just paying rates is not sustainable. Key to us is about providing real value and value proposition to our customers. So again, we will continue to enhance our digital capabilities, technology capabilities, analytical capabilities, again, with the key point of serving our customers. Under B, next page, what would digital banks be a threat? Again, we are monitoring this closely, and we think that, again, this is useful for the consumers, right? Because your consumers have got more options. But at the same time, we will not let up on our own focus initiatives to progress digitalization, focusing on customer centricity. But one positive note, if you can go to the next page, is basically there are opportunities to collaborate with digital banks, right? Particularly on the wholesale services. In fact, we may want to fund some of the digital banks if we think they are creditworthy, and also providing B2B2C services to these people. Yeah. Now, next question 4 is on Basel reforms. How will Basel reform impact our capital adequacy and subsequently dividend payments capability? For Malaysia, Bank Negara will be implementing this in multi-year period and in phases, starting with standardized approach for op risk next year in 2025, and then followed by other areas such as credit risk, market risk, and others up to 2030. We have established a task force internally, and of course, we are actively engaging with the regulator in terms of looking at, of course, the interpretation, the impact, and perhaps maybe, some solutions that we want to put forward to them. Yeah. So at this juncture, is still at the assessment stage. Next page, on page 5, there was a question, how likely would the BI, which is Bank Indonesia, rates increase, as opposed to cutting rate? Actually, this question has been answered yesterday. So BI actually raised their reference rate by 20 basis points, even though our house call and many other houses calls said that we're expecting a decrease in interest rate. So again, things are very fluid. The rupiah reached the 16,000 mark, up to 16,200, so they had to intervene. Yeah. Under the question 5B, with respect to outlook for Indonesia's banking sector, in view of the mixed signal from upcoming president, we think that Indonesian banking sector appears to be on the positive side. With economic growth, in Indonesia, we have seen that the loans growth is about double the GDP still. And with the fiscal spending, that will also encourage the needs for financing as well. The challenge will be on the liquidity side. How do we fund this in a cost-effective way? Because we have seen that even last year, deposit growth trailed loans growth by about half. Yeah. Under C is what will be the potential impact to Maybank Indonesia's performance. So again, we are actually optimistic that we can capture strong loans growth across the bank's key businesses this year. We will continue with the implementation of SP7, which is Uplift Indonesia, covering broad segments of business there. And we want Indonesia to be a major contributor for the Maybank Group, in the foreseeable future. Page 6, there's a question about the overheads increase in Maybank Islamic in 22 and 23, increasing the cost to income from 30.5% to 39.3%. The key driver was the overhead increase, right? Mainly coming from shared services in Maybank Islamic being done at Maybank level. And to a certain extent, it's also related to the conclusion of the collective agreements that we had with the unions last year. But we do expect costs in Maybank Islamic as in the group to normalize, yeah, and significantly moderate. At the group level, as I mentioned, we expect cost to income of below 49%, and we expect to maintain a lower cost to income ratio for Islamic Bank. Under 7 is gross financing and advances grew 6.7%, whilst deposits only grew 1.1%. So why the slower growth of deposit? This was a deliberate move because, as you saw, our cost was too high, right, as far as funding costs. So we decided to release a lot of the high cost funding under Islamic, to manage our liabilities. So the key thing is that our ratios are still intact, right? Whilst we didn't grow fast. Our LCR for Islamic, for example, stood at 136% against a minimum regulatory requirement of 100%. Question 8. This is with respect to our Group Islamic Wealth Management, the AUM target that we set out to achieve of $4.4 billion by next year. So we actually grew our AUM for GIWM by 19% last year. And then we think that we can still grow double digit in this business. So the $4.4 billion we think is within reach, right? So in line with our efforts to provide value-added growth to group, we are also building our capacity and capability to enhance the GIWM proposition and customer journeys. Question number 9 is on sustainability, and in particular on the MITEC card. What's the current take-up rate, and are consumers and businesses receptive to this new product? At the end of last year, it's about 6,700 MITEC credit cards, and that has been approved since its launch in August 2023. Of course, we will continue to promote sustainability practices and think about new products. Actually, it's about awareness as well. And as I was coming to MITEC this morning, I heard on the radio about this promotion of our MITEC credit card as well. Yep. Under B is Maybank working with a third-party provider to ensure the accuracy and validity of the estimates of carbon footprint, and how does the carbon offsetting mechanism work. So we do work with a credible party, independent party called Varency, to provide the carbon footprint tracker. They do apply a robust and evaluative methodology to ensure continued refined estimation of carbon impacts. Yeah. C, the next question is, can we get a snapshot of coming products? So there will be new products. We are not able to disclose now, but our focus will be on 3 main pillars, right? Product is one thing, solution is one thing, but it's also about, again, linking it back to customer experience and even to the end of, doing recovery and even remedial actions, right? So we really want to make this as our, natural way of doing business, the MITEC way, using values-based proposition. Question 10. So the comment was that we spent about 305 million ringgit in 2023. So do we expect this number of about 300 million to be the annual spending? No, we think that this year probably the number will go up. Yeah, and then maybe next year it will remain elevated. Yeah, because we're still in an investment mode within these 2-3 years. Question 11. While a significant portion of M25 Plus spend goes towards technology, how I published a press release inquiring 2 largest banking institutions to provide explanation. Could you clarify what actually happened? So this is the incident on the 5th of April, where we experienced service disruption in Malaysia, at around 9:20 p.m. So it affected 3 services: debit card, online banking, and ATM services. Yes, it temporarily prevented our customers from making online payments, but we worked hard and we restored all services that night itself. We will continue to intensify our focus and efforts to boost our technology resilience and robustness of our system. And of course, we extend our sincere apology for the inconvenience caused to our customers and stakeholders. Yeah. Now, those are the sets of questions from PNB. If I can move on to the questions from EPF. EPF only had one question. This is again on the statutory audit fee. So we have explained that earlier, right? I will not repeat that. Under the next question, may we know on the last changes, rotation of the auditors and their partners? So the group is guided by the policy document on external auditors issued by Bank Negara. And the guidelines do not mandate the rotation of audit firm, but it does specify requirement to rotate engagement partner and concurring partner every 5 years. So we have done that, and the last rotation that we did was in 2020. Apart from the partners, we also required, beyond the requirement, to also rotate some of the key engagement team of the auditors, such as the senior partners, technical and advisory partners, director and manager level. So we're also going beyond what is the minimally required by regulator. Now, moving on to questions from Co-op. I think they have also one question, and the question is with respect to the number of directors. The comment is that Maybank board directors number is higher than banks in Singapore, and banks in Singapore are bigger. So why do we need more directors, right? So again, the ideal size that is agreed by the board is between 10 and 12 members. And Bank Negara also expects that the board comprises at least 12 directors. Again, to commensurate with our operations, which is expanding regionally and also, deeply. So as part of succession planning, the board has also agreed that the board size could be increased to 13 to ensure that composition of the board would not fall below the ideal size of 12, right? In the event any director were to step down at any point in time. So in addition to this, Maybank's practice is to have directors of Maybank chairing the key subsidiaries as well to make sure that the strategy is aligned across the key subsidiaries and the group. And given the current number of key subsidiaries, we need to ensure that we have sufficient number of Maybank directors to chair each of these key subsidiaries. And beyond the board subsidiaries or subsidiary boards, Maybank board members are also expected to be members of committees, right? And we have now 7 board committees: audit, NRC, risk, compliance, credit review, board sustainability committee, and last but not least, the latest one, board technology committee. So in view of this is why we need a larger board size to spread out the workload. Last but not least is a set of questions from MSWG. There are 7 sets of questions from them. The first one is with respect to SP13, and this is in Singapore. So what does SP13 entail? What are initiatives focused under SP13? We actually started our M25 Plus transformation program with only 12. But then we realized that it's also important to do this in Singapore, not only to drive performance, but to also get our people in Singapore to embrace the agile ways of working, right? But from a business point of view, SP13 have got 3 broad focuses. One is the initiative that they will drive for the group, and that will be for wealth management as well as for trade, right? And then they also focus on sustainability finance in Singapore. The second area is about mirroring the SPs that we have at group level. So that then this is again in line with the regionalization effort, right? So what we do in Malaysia, we must also do in our key home markets. The third bucket is about the domestic specific initiatives for Singapore, right? And this would include things like data transformation, branch optimization, and productivity improvement. So that's what SP13 is all about. Question 2 is on the GCFS performance last year, where the comment is that there was a decline in PBT, and what were the bank's observation on the borrower's repayment capability across the portfolio, because there was an increase in net loans loss provisions as well, in CFS. So the increase in overheads again were largely due to the higher personnel expenses, impact of the conclusion of the collective agreements, increase in credit card expenses, and also in IT. In 2023, the overall sentiment has seen customers with a lower income profile and non-fixed income earners facing some challenges in meeting repayment obligations. We also saw rating deterioration of non-retail customers, particularly in the retail SME, within the sectors of manufacturing, transportation, and retail trade. And similar deterioration in the latter two sectors was also observed in the industry. Yeah, so it's not just a Maybank specific concern. So that's why this additional provision has been made. But I must say that this deterioration in asset quality is not systemic. Yeah? It's under control. Question 3 is about the overlay in provision of 1.7 billion ringgit. With a high percentage of 6% of the provision overlay allocated to retail and retail SME. What are the key concerns? Yeah? So again, we provide provision based on a model. And because we just came out from COVID, we wanted to be a bit more conservative, right? Because, model is, dependent on historical numbers, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And that's why we have actually put aside this 1.7 billion ringgit for the overlay. Yeah? And of course, this requires some form of judgment, and this also reflects management view, right, of potential scenario going forward. And with this, of course, we always engage with our auditors in making sure that what we allocate is acceptable, yeah, under accounting standards. What's the visibility of writing back the ample management overlay made? We just want to be prudent, right? We haven't set a time, and if things go for the better, and of course we can look at this, yeah, but there's no time set in terms of when we will reverse this. Number 4, Maybank posted a sharp increase in interest expense for deposits from customers, despite reflected intense competition for deposits. Has the pressure on cost of funding eased? Yes, as I mentioned just now, from Q3 onwards last year, we saw that the compression on NIM moderated significantly. And I think that, as I mentioned also, even in the first quarter, right, we saw that it kind of, flat in terms of Q on Q as far as NIM is concerned. Yeah. The group's current and under B, the group's current and savings account ratio slid further to 36.9%. Does the bank foresee further decline in the CASA ratio moving forward? I think what we try to do here is to show the movement in the different countries, right? So if you look at in Malaysia, it came down to 42.7%, and then the next page you see Singapore. Singapore was the one where CASA came down quite a bit, from 31.9% to 23.8%. And then in Indonesia, it's fairly stable as far as CASA ratio is concerned. I think for Singapore, we are not overly concerned because liquidity is quite ample, yeah, and we can access it in a fairly cost-efficient manner. But of course, in Malaysia and of course in other countries as well, we're doing so many things to make sure that, again, we provide the value proposition to all segments of our customers, retail, SME, corporate. Yeah. In terms of making us as their primary bank when it comes to transaction and investment. Under C, Maybank saw a steep decline. I think I mentioned earlier about the reason, and provide management guidance for NIM in 2024. I mentioned just now that we expect NIM to still compress, but a much lower rate, by about 5 basis points year on year. Yeah. Question 5 is the effective interest rate paid to depositors from FIs was 3.35% compared to 4.24% earlier. So the year-on-year, the EIR was higher, but despite that, the year-on-year EIR was lower, but despite that, our interest expense went up, right? So the question was why? But we really rely more on shorter duration deposits, especially from FIs, as cheaper alternative to fund and balance sheet given the rising interest rate. So it's more the volume that we book under the interbank borrowing that affected the interest expense, even though the EIR actually came down. Sustainability matters, next page. This is with respect to finance emission. So the calculation of finance emission comprise a collective exposure of about 759 billion ringgit across 7 asset classes. How comprehensive was the coverage against the group total lending and investment portfolio, right? So our total lending and investment portfolio is about 907 billion ringgit. So our coverage for finance emission is actually at 83.8%. Yeah, so that's quite comprehensive already. And then under B, why did the project finance asset class emit a substantially higher emission last year compared to the previous year? Basically, we were driven by the definition under PCAF, and PCAF changed the definition last year, right? And you know, it's not really that it increased significantly. If we were to take out that particular definition, I think they included government securities, right? And then if we excluded the definition, we actually came down year on year. Under C, total finance emission are shown by including and excluding land use change, and forestry, or in short, LULUCF. So please explain the differences with or without LULUCF to understand the size of Maybank's overall finance emission. So LULUCF affects the assessment of greenhouse gas emission by considering the impact of changes in land use and forestry practices. So such consideration becomes a feature in finance emission computation as PCAF introduced government securities, as I mentioned earlier, as part of the computation scopes. Yeah. So including LULUCF in emission calculations accounts for the carbon emitted or absorbed through deforestation, reforestation, and other land use changes, providing a comprehensive view of the net emission. And excluding LULUCF focuses only on emission from energy, transportation, industrial, commercial, and agriculture, overlooking the role of land use and forestry in carbon balance. Yeah, so that's the difference. Under D, for our finance emission disclosure by the economic sector, total lending investment to the 4 selected sectors represent only 15.64% of total lending and investment. Please provide, the economic and financial impact of transition risks vary according to sector. Please provide a timeline for disclosing the concentration of exposure across more sectors, yeah, to provide transparency. These 4 sectors, yeah, they already account for 75% of Maybank's group finance emission. So again, it's like the 20-80 rule, right? It may be only 15% of the portfolio, but it accounts for 75% of the finance emission. Yeah. And additional sectors with a higher percentage of finance emission will be included in future reporting if they help in providing better transparency. There's another question with respect to corporate governance and directors' fees. So at this point in time, let me hand over the floor to Dr. Asnita, our Senior Independent Director, to provide further insight.
Thank you, Dr. Karusale. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The board is committed to setting a fair and reasonable remuneration package that is commensurate with their expertise, skills, roles and responsibilities, and risk-taking associated with being a board member of a financial institution. To ensure this, our board charter stipulates that the remuneration framework of Maybank's non-executive directors, or NEDs, is subject to review at least once every 3 years by an independent party. The remuneration framework is also annually assessed by the board to ensure that it remains competitive, appropriate, and in line with market practice. The last remuneration review was undertaken in 2020. Therefore, in September 2023, the board, through the NRC, or Nomination and Remuneration Committee, had appointed an independent firm of consultants, namely PricewaterhouseCoopers, or PwC, to assist them in conducting the board remuneration review, or BRR as it's known, the exercise. Given their expertise and knowledge in this field, as well as their access to market data, PwC are well equipped to provide the board with valuable insights into industry standards and practices relating to NED's remuneration. As Maybank's aspiration is to be a leading regional financial services provider, the scope of the BRR exercise carried out by PwC includes a benchmarking exercise of Maybank's local and regional peers, as well as conducting a regression analysis. The following guiding principles applied by PwC form the basis of the BRR conducted, and they include: number 1, equitability of remuneration; number 2, size and complexity of the businesses; number 3, market comparisons for competitiveness; number 4, regulatory and risk; number 5, sustainability and governance balance; and number 6, value and contribution to the organization. According to PwC, and based on the regression analysis that they conducted, the NED fees could be increased by around 15% for the NED's remuneration to remain competitive. Pursuant to the findings of the BRR exercise, PwC recommends that the existing NED's remuneration framework be revised as follows. For board fees, to increase the board chairman's fee from 610,000 per annum to 700,000 per annum. The board vice chairman's fee from 440,000 per annum to 500,000 per annum, and to increase the board members' fees from 295,000 per annum to 335,000 ringgit per annum. For board committee fees, the recommendation is to increase the board committee chairman's fee from 75,000 ringgit per annum to 85,000 ringgit per annum, and to increase the board committee members' fee from 45,000 ringgit per annum to 50,000 ringgit per annum. And finally, the meeting allowance, to increase the meeting allowance payable to non-executive directors from 4,000 ringgit to 4,500 ringgit for each board and board committee meeting they attend. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the board is also seeking your approval to approve the payment of benefits to NEDs of up to 3,770,000 ringgit from the date of this AGM until the next AGM, an increase of approximately 10% compared to the amount of 3,418,150 ringgit approved last year. The increase can be attributed to the following 2 factors. Number 1, establishment of a new board committee, that is the Board Technology Committee, and number 2, an increase in the quantum of meeting allowance, as mentioned earlier. It's noteworthy to mention that the last increase in board fees occurred 10 years ago, that was in 2014, while the last increase in board committee fees occurred 6 years ago in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Puan Kartina Abdul Latif, who is a partner, Workforce Management of PwC Malaysia, to share briefly the findings of the remuneration review that they had undertaken last year. Puan Kartina will also address queries from MSWG that we received prior to this meeting regarding the remuneration of our non-executive directors. Puan Kartina.
Thank you, Dr. Hasnita. Assalamualaikum, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Kartina Abdul Latif, the partner leading the board remuneration review for Maybank Group. So PwC has been engaged by Maybank to conduct a comprehensive review of the board's remuneration structure. We have completed the exercise, presented to the board, and the board has accepted the findings. Hence, on behalf of the board, I'm pleased to present the findings and recommendations from the review exercise. So the objective of the review is to ensure that the board fees is competitive to Maybank's peers in the Malaysian and regional market. As a result of PwC's review, Maybank is enhancing their board remuneration guiding principles that will serve as a framework for future board remuneration reviews, which is basically to recognize directors for the significant roles, responsibilities they undertake as directors in a highly regulated and challenging financial institution environment. Secondly, which is to attract talented individuals, high caliber board talent from diverse backgrounds and jurisdictions, ensuring a broad spectrum of expertise and perspectives on Maybank's board. So there are key three rationales for the increase in the proposed board remuneration fees. Firstly is that it has been 10 years, as what Dr. Hasita mentioned earlier on, since the last board increase. An increase of around 50% can be considered to remain competitive, and this is based on our rigorous benchmarking exercise that was conducted in the review. Secondly, the Maybank's non-executive directors are shouldering a significant time commitment owing to the intricate challenges and opportunities confronting the group. So this demands meticulous oversight and strategic guidance to navigate effectively in terms of the Maybank's businesses. And thirdly, Maybank's size and complexity requires NEDs to be adept into navigating and managing the various countries, segments, landscape in which the group's operating footprint is operating in. So in designing the remuneration, one of the fundamental steps taken by PwC is to come up with several guiding principles as the foundation for designing effective and sustainable remuneration practices that can ensure that there's fairness, transparency, and consistency in terms of how the boards are being remunerated or compensated. Yeah. So based on our recommendations, we came up with 6 guiding principles, and which Maybank is going to be used as part of their future reference in using these board remuneration guiding principles as shown, which was explained earlier on by Dr. Hasita, which is going to be will used as a framework for board remuneration review that will be conducted and be used for future board remuneration reviews. So based on our analysis, this is the fee schedule consideration as shown, which is based on the findings and in the benchmarking exercise for the board remuneration review, which is very much in line with Maybank's push to compete regionally, right? And when looking at peer benchmarking, using that percentile analysis, when we compared to Maybank's regional competition, we found that Maybank's position is behind by 20% of the market. Hence, in order to be able to attract talent in the regional forum, Maybank will need to be more aggressive in remunerating its board members, especially when we compare to Singaporean banks, right? And when we compare to the local market, Maybank's position is very much in line with the top of the market compared to the other Malaysian banks. And if we were to look at its total assets and revenue, and we compared it against the average NED fees, we think that there's still room to grow to align with its business size and performance, right? So based on that, we would undertake the analysis. It's not just looking at peer benchmarking. We also undertake a rigorous analysis using statistical technique, and which where we use the regression analysis, and based on our calculation, the predicted average NED fees range indicates that the fee can potentially be increased by 15% to align to Maybank's revenue and total assets. Yeah. So as such, based on the percentile and regression analysis, PwC would like to recommend for the increase of the current average board and board committee fee to be between 11.11% to 14.75%, right? So basically, this recommendation is in order to enable the group to sufficiently be competitive in terms of, firstly, to attract and retain the right caliber of talent, board talent as well. Secondly, to address changes in the regulatory and financial environments where Maybank Group operates in. And thirdly, which is to meet the increasing stakeholder expectations and scrutiny, which requires NED to spend time and effort to keep abreast of developments, regulatory changes, review and analyze issues in depth in performing the board role. So there are several questions from shareholders. Allow me to address the question from NSWG. So the first question is that, what are the key findings of the board remuneration review exercise? What were the strengths and weaknesses of Maybank's current remuneration framework? Right. So based on observations, the key findings from our review exercise indicated that from the strength perspective, the current remuneration framework is very much aligned with the market practice, where it compensates the board members according to different roles, responsibilities, and time spent in preparing a meeting, attending those meetings. Secondly, we observed that Maybank ensures there's a robust internal governance and upholding good corporate governance practices. And as part of fulfilling their fiduciary duty diligently, the board also oversees subsidiaries and include the meeting matters in the group board meetings. Now, in terms of the areas of improvement, what we observed was that when we compared to the regional market players, as what I mentioned earlier on, Maybank is behind the higher quartile of the market by 20% based on our percentile analysis and 15% based on the regression analysis. And Maybank's requirement in terms of strong governance demands significant time from the group board members, with the numerous meetings, extensive agendas that needs to be discussed, the amount of time required to prepare before and post board meetings follow-ups are essential to ensure actions are delivered. So these are some of our observations. The second question is that, so as such, what recommendations did PwC provide to strengthen Maybank's board remuneration framework and its sufficiency in attracting and retaining boards talents, right? So based on analysis, it is recommended to Maybank to strengthen its board remuneration framework via the remuneration guiding principles, which is designed to ensure fairness, transparency, consistency in terms of how boards are to be remunerated. And based on our guiding principles analysis performed, PwC is of the view that the group can consider an approximate of 15% increase in fees to ensure remuneration is significantly competitive, to attract and retain the right caliber of talent, in which is in alignment with the group size, business and performance level. The next question is that, what are the variables independent and dependent did PwC used in its regression analysis of the Maybank's board remuneration review exercise? And what were the results of the study? So basically, we used two fundamental financial metrics. The variables used were total asset, which indicates the size of company. So basically, when you look at the total value of the resources, which is owned by Maybank Group, that is expected to provide the future economic benefits. And secondly, another independent variable is we use the revenue financial metric, which indicates the performance of the company. So basically, which is a top line performance and its ability using these financial metrics to generate income from its core operations. When we select the peers as part of our peer benchmarking and percentile analysis, we did this carefully, where we selected peers which is from the similar industry, as well as, when necessary, we also make use of public listed companies from the financial services sector. Okay. We did not make use of the market cap financial indicator because we feel that it's heavily influenced by short-term fluctuations, investors' sentiments, and so forth. So the results of the study indicates that based on the regression analysis, the predicted average NED fees range potentially can be increased by 15%. So the quantum of increased fees range between 11.11% and 14.75%. So please explain what's the basis for recommending the quantum of this adjustment. So as what I've explained earlier on, based on our percentile and regression analysis, we recommend for the NED fees to be increased by 15%. And based on that increase to fees, and when you rounded the fees down, The quantum of the increase varied in accordance with the rounded down numbers, which is ranging between 11.11% to 14.7%. Thank you. So with that, I hand over the session to Dr. Hasnita.
Thank you, Puan Kartina. Ladies and gentlemen, the board believes that the proposed revisions are fair and reasonable and commensurate with their statutory and fiduciary duties and the increased expectations from the stakeholders and regulators, given the size and increased complexity of the company's business and operations. With that, I refer you back to the chairman to continue with our proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Hasnita. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with today's businesses, allow me to briefly explain the meeting proceeding. For each resolution to be tabled at this meeting, we would first invite a proposer and seconder to propose and second the resolution. I will now read them out to you, and then after tabling all the resolutions, we will then address all the questions that you may have regarding these resolutions during the Q&A session. The first item on the agenda is to receive the audited financial statements of Maybank and the group for the financial year ended 31st December 2023, and reports of directors and auditors thereon, which have already been reviewed by Bank Negara Malaysia. Pursuant to Section 340(1)(a) of the Companies Act, the audited financial statements are laid before you for discussion only. Hence, it will not be put forward for voting. However, we will answer questions received regarding the group's financial performance in 2023 during the Q&A session. I'm also pleased to inform you that the engagement partner from Messrs. Ernst & Young, Mr. Chan Hui Lam, is present today in case you wish to ask the auditors any questions pertaining to the audited financial statements. Let us now move on to the next agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary resolutions 1 to 5 are to deal with the re-elections of directors who are due to retire during this meeting. Before we proceed, I would like to inform the shareholders that the board's recommendation to re-elect these directors is based on the board's succession plan, which takes into account not only the board's mix of skill and experience, but also matters related to gender and cultural diversity. Their fitness and propriety have also been assessed by our Nomination and Remuneration Committee. On this note, their fit and proper assessments have been found to be satisfactory as far as the board is concerned. The requisite approvals on their tenure as directors, as approved by Bank Negara Malaysia, also remain current. Ordinary Resolution 1 pertains to my re-election. Please allow me to hand over the chair to Dr. Hasnita, our Senior Independent Director, to read out the resolution.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, under Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, Tan Sri Zamzam Zairani, our chairman, shall retire by rotation during this AGM and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. The profile of Tan Sri Zamzam Zairani can be found on page 112 of the Annual Report 2023. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 1? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. I now pass the chair back to Tan Sri Chairman to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Hasnita. Ordinary Resolution 2 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Dr. Hasnita Dato' Hashim, an independent non-executive director who shall retire by rotation in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. The profile of Dr. Hasnita can be found on page 112 of the Annual Report 2023. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 2, please? Thank you. And can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Now, moving on, Ordinary Resolution 3 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Ms. Cik Zakiah Cik Din, an independent non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. The profile of Ms. Zakiah can be found on page 113 of the Annual Report 2023. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 3, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. All right, moving on. Ordinary Resolution 4 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Dato' Khairul Ramli, a non-independent executive director and president and group CEO of Maybank, who shall retire in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. And the profile of Dato' Khairul can be found on page 112 of the Annual Report 2023. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 4, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is to seek your approval on the re-election of director who shall retire in accordance with Article 108 of the company's constitution, namely Dato' Yi Yang Chien. Dato' Yi was appointed as the non-independent non-executive director of Maybank on 24th of November 2023. Under Article 108 of the company's constitution, Dato' Yi shall retire during this AGM and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. And the profile of Dato' Yi can be found on page 115 of the Annual Report 2023. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 5, please? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Ordinary Resolution 6 is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of the following fees to the non-executive directors for the period from this AGM to the next AGM of the company. Number 1, chairman's fee of 700,000 ringgit per annum. 2, vice chairman's fee of 500,000 ringgit per annum. 3, director's fee of 335,000 ringgit per annum for each non-executive director. 4, board committee chairman's fee of 85,000 ringgit per annum for the chairman of each board committee. And 5, board committee members' fee of 50,000 ringgit per annum for each member of a board committee. Can I have a member to propose this Ordinary Resolution 6, please? Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you. Ordinary Resolution 7 is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of benefits to non-executive directors of an amount up to 3,770,000 ringgit for the period from this AGM to the next AGM of the company. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 7, please? Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you. Dr. Hasnita Dato' Hashim, our Senior Independent Director, and Puan Kartina Abdul Latif, the representative from PwC, has provided a brief explanation of the rationale for the proposals on NED's fees and benefits earlier. So we now move on to Ordinary Resolution 8. Ordinary Resolution 8 is to seek your approval on the proposed reappointment of Messrs. Ernst & Young as auditors of the company for the financial year ending 31 December 2024, and to authorize the directors to fix their remuneration. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 8, please? Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you. Moving on, Ordinary Resolution 9 is a special business to be transacted at this meeting. It is to seek your approval to authorize directors to allot and issue shares pursuant to the dividend reinvestment plan in respect of dividends declared after this AGM until the next AGM. And the full text of Ordinary Resolution 9 and the explanatory note are set out in the notice of AGM. Can I have this resolution proposed, please? Thank you. Seconder, please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that all the resolutions have been tabled, we will now proceed to the Q&A session. As our intention is to address all questions received from shareholders during this meeting, we request for your patience and understanding as we endeavor to do so. As done last year, we will publish the entire set of questions received from all shareholders during this meeting and our responses on our corporate website after the AGM. During the Q&A session, we will only respond to questions relating to the meeting and the proposed resolutions as read out to you earlier. All questions and feedback that we receive relating to Maybank's products and services will be answered by our customer feedback and resolution team. If you have not received any response from them within the next few days, you may contact them at cfrm@maybank.com.my to follow up. Furthermore, some of you may also have raised similar questions pertaining to the same matter. In this case, we will group these questions together and provide a single response to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that this arrangement is acceptable to you, and we shall now proceed with the Q&A session. We have received many questions from shareholders over the last few weeks leading up to today's meeting. As such, we will answer all these questions first before we answer questions submitted during this meeting and from the floor. I now call upon Dato' Khairul to read the questions that we have received from the shareholders before this meeting and our responses to the same. Dato'.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received actually over 50 questions via the virtual meeting platform prior to this meeting. So we have grouped similar questions and feedback by topics. There are 11 groups to give a collated response for each topic. We will display on the screen all individual questions received by shareholders' name for each topic, while I read out a summary of the combined questions before proceeding to give the response. As mentioned by Tan Sri Chairman, you can also view these AGM questions and our responses on our corporate website or the Documents tab of the virtual meeting portal. So the first set of questions pertain to door gifts and AGM matters. So whether there's any door gift, what type of door gift, and whether you have registered virtually, will you be able to get door gift as well, right? And if you decide to come here, will you also get a door gift here? So just to be clear, I'm sure most of you, if not all, would already have got a door gift before you entered this hall. Shareholders and proxies who are registered for this AGM and attending physically will receive hard copy of Lotus vouchers with a value of 50 ringgit during the registration. Shareholders and proxies who registered for this AGM and attending the same virtually will receive Lotus e-vouchers with the same value and sent to the email address of the shareholders or proxies, which they have used to register for this meeting. We are maintaining the same door gift as last year after taking into account positive feedback received from shareholders during our evaluation exercise. There's a question whether we should provide e-wallet voucher. So we are not providing e-wallet cash, considering the limitations, challenges some shareholders face in using mobile apps or outdated mobile devices. Yeah. Lotus was selected because it's a hypermarket chain that has got one of the largest network in the country, and we believe that will benefit shareholders in terms of convenience when using the voucher. As far as shareholder Cheng Man Chen is concerned, shareholder Chen has mentioned that he could not receive the voucher, right, from the email of Maybank at edm@maybank2u.com. So our findings showed that shareholder Cheng had previously not consented to receiving EDM marketing materials from Maybank, and therefore was unsubscribed from the mailing list. So however, now that you have provided consent, you should be able to receive our email on the AGM gift voucher. As far as getting hard copy of the report, we have dispatched a copy of the annual report to you, shareholder Ng Itzi. Yeah. Now, the next set of questions still related to doggies and AGM matters. In terms of your registered virtual, I have registered for virtual AGM but didn't receive any email. We've provided different contact points there. I do hope that shareholder Corina, you are now online to be able to follow the proceedings of our AGM now. As far as shareholder Chin Swee Moy, I would like to attend the meeting physically, so please change. I guess our share registrar has already reached out to you, and also to shareholder Chin and shareholder Ida Emily, with respect to changing from attending virtually to attending physically. Not sure whether the three of you are around today. As far as shareholder Lau, if I have a nominee account with Rakuten Trade and I emailed to request to join AGM and it's approved, do I still need to register here? So just to confirm that we actually have received your proxy form from Rakuten, shareholder Lau. So you are registered, yeah? Next set of questions is on capital. So first is, and that relates to share split, bonus issue, and rights issue. The question from shareholder Tang is, are there any plans to have a share split like public bank, and from other share, and no bonus issue since 2008, any rights issue in plan? We think that our share price remain at affordable price, right? And as you're aware, you can actually buy at 100 units per board lot, and that's about 980 ringgit if you want to buy today. So we do not have plans to undertake any share split, bonus or rights issue in the foreseeable future. Again, our priority here is to drive fundamental improvements and create value that will then eventually be reflected in the share price. Next question on capital is share ownership. So shareholder Ramraj asked how many shares does he need to buy to own 1% of Maybank. So we have 12.06 billion shares outstanding. So 1% is 120.6 million shares. At yesterday's price of 980, shareholder Ramraj, you need 1.18 billion ringgit to buy 1% of Maybank shares. Basel III, how will Basel III implementation impact Maybank? I think this has been answered earlier. Again, currently we are still doing the assessment of the impact and engaging with the regulator on areas where we can do differently potentially. The next set of questions is on dividend. What's our estimate for this year? Will there be dividend investment or scrip dividend? Will the dividend be increased, etc.? Obviously, before we decide a dividend payout to shareholders, we need to take into consideration the profitability, capital adequacy, benchmarking with peers, future business growth, micro environment, and stress testing. Right? But again, rest assured, right? We'll try to do the best for our shareholders. We actually provided a fairly strong dividend yield of 6.7% last year. And again, this is the highest in the banking industry. So we remain committed to rewarding our shareholders by driving continued improvement in our financial performance, as explained earlier. We have a long-term dividend policy, payout policy of 40% and 60%. We will maintain that, but we will try to exceed that when we actually pay. Of course, DRP, Dividend Investment Plan, is an option for us if we need to conserve capital. But given the dilution to earnings per share, we will endeavor not to use the DRP, of course, subject to regulators' agreement. There's a compliment from shareholder Diong to thank Maybank for sharing your profits with us via distributing good rate of dividend. Hope your dividend policy will continue. Well done. Thank you very much, shareholder Diong. On category 4, in terms of non-executive directors' fees, the question is, would the revised fee take effect 1st January and be paid on a quarterly or monthly basis? The directors' fees will be divided into equal monthly payments to each non-executive director. Payments of the monthly amount will begin from April, after shareholders vote in favor of it, hopefully later. The next set of questions is with respect to performance. First, and this is from shareholder Low. First is on net fund-based income drop. What is the company's strategy to boost net fund-based income? I think we spoke about that earlier. It's about looking at overall value proposition for our customers across the various segments, retail, SME, corporate, not necessarily fighting on rates. At the same time, we will try to defend our loan yields as well, right? But again, over time, we can expect NIM to continue to decline, purely from a competition point of view. There was also next question on brokerage income and fees on loans that decreased double digits. The decline in brokerage income, primarily from Singapore and Thailand, was consistent with the decline in the industry trading volume as well in those countries. But so far this year, first quarter, we have seen some positive improvement, with respect to trading volume and hence the translation into higher broking income. On fees from loans, yes, it declined last year, but we are quite confident that we can reverse the trend this year. CASA ratio declined to 36.9%. So again, I think that has been answered earlier, as well as during the institutional shareholders question. Next is on Malaysia ringgit depreciation. So the question is, what is the impact of the bank from recent ringgit depreciation? Of course, we measure our foreign exchange sensitivity based on foreign exchange net open positions under an adverse movement in all foreign currencies. Of course, our key exposure will be in as far as open position is dollar, Sing dollar, and Indonesian rupiah. And based on the sensitivity analysis that we perform, we may be subject to additional translation gain or loss, right? So I think for every 1% ringgit depreciation, it will impact our profit at about 40 million ringgit at the group level. Next set of questions is on outlook. What is the banking outlook for 2024, particularly Malaysia and ASEAN region as a whole? We spoke about the OPR. In Malaysia, we have a view that it should remain unchanged. Loans growth is expected to remain stable across the industry. Capital ratios are expected to continue to be strong. And of course, when you look at ASEAN 6, right, the economic growth will be better year on year. So on that backdrop, we believe that our loans growth will be around 6-7% for this year. I've also mentioned about what we expect to achieve in 2024 in my earlier presentation across the different sectors of our business and the key home markets and across different segments as well. And this will cover both net fund base as well as fee income focus. And the last bit, if you can scroll down, is about the financial targets that we expect to achieve this year from NIM, cost to income, credit charge, ROE, and dividend payout, which I have also briefed earlier. The next set of questions are, what are the key challenges this year and coming 2-3 years? We still want to stay focused on our M25 Plus strategy, making adjustments necessary along the way. But we do see some broad challenges. Of course, global macroeconomic environment is so volatile at the moment. So it's something that we just have to be able to manage on the downside in particular. We can't be sure, but we need to be able to manage the risk. Increase in cyber threats due to heightened social engineering attacks is another one, and indeed we are making investment in that. Higher expectation in driving sustainability agenda. Again, it's about balancing between what generally the Western world wants us to do and what we think is practical in this part of the world, and supporting the agenda of the respective governments in this part of the world. Talent is scarce, especially in the next gen talent, the digital, the IT, the analytics, and hence, we are trying to build a pipeline internally. But it's not easy because these talents are not being pursued by just banks, but everyone basically out there doing business. Last but not least is the the efforts to continue to meet the diverging customer needs, changing customer preferences, right? That's why the agile ways of working is about making sure that we stay close to the customers and understand their pain points and their preferences and try to meet those issues, in terms of addressing their concerns. Next question is recap last year PAGM question on Etiqa Singapore losses of over 500 million. It seems that this year the impact is still being felt, and policy surrender of the mini universal policy, how many more policies are still active? And it's mentioned that in the report that Etiqa Singapore affected by impairment of China bonds. Are we still holding bonds of these companies? Yeah, those were the questions. Actually, on the contrary, we have sufficient reserves that we set aside back in 2022 to cater for any further surrenders of the mini universal life policies without early termination penalties. Yeah, because that was the impact. So in last year, our financial performance, as far as Etiqa Singapore is concerned, was not impacted by the surrenders in 2023. Yeah, and we have seen an estimate of 30% year-on-year reduction in our mini UL policies to about 18,000 policies at the end of last year. As far as the China bonds are concerned, we made provision adequately in 2022, and as at July last year, we don't hold these bonds anymore. And last year, the loss before taxation for Etiqa Singapore reduced significantly. Yeah, and our target this year is to at least make it break even. Yeah. Next question is on the credit card. On my impact, I think I explained that in my answer to one of the institutions who had this questions earlier. Higher credit card fees due to merchant volume and billings. Doesn't higher volume benefit Maybank in terms of increased commission received from merchants? Or the higher volume refers to the higher interchange fees paid to other acquirers, right? So in our case, higher credit card fees are contributed by increased volume of business. And these fees actually, because they are paid to the schemes such as Visa and Master, they actually paid in dollar. Yeah, that's why it also hit us adversely. There was also higher redemption rate on trade points. Yeah, so whenever we announce that we want to reduce the conversion rate, people convert immediately. Yeah. And of course, there's more travel now as far as our customers and cardholders are concerned. Interest rate, I think we have mentioned this. The question is, what is your opinion on interest rate in the coming years? I think we have explained that. Do you believe Malaysia will remain at their current level or decrease? I think we have explained that as well, right? So whilst we expect Fed to cut rates, we don't think Bank Negara will cut rates here, simply because when Fed increased the rates, Malaysia did not increase it by the same proportion, right? And of course, with the anticipation of removal of some subsidies and all the sales tax, inflation may still remain high. Next question is on M25 Plus. I think I have given a fairly elaborate update during my presentation, so I shall not repeat that, and I take it as being explained. On digitalization and technology, impact of new digital banks, I've mentioned that, but there are other questions here. Will Maybank consider to add or increase the interest rate for the ones in Tabung? As I remember, the money saved in Tabung was not given any interest rate. So for Tabung, you will earn interest on the funds contributed to the Tabung. based on total balance, yeah, and then the interest rate are not fixed and vary from time to time. The interest rate will be paid twice, at the end of June and the end of December, yeah. So we do pay interest for Tabung, yeah. And of course, the other question from Shareholder Teo is that some digital banks are paying 3%, and has Maybank seen any impact from digital bank? No, not impact, because again, this is small ticket sizes, and we consciously do not want to react to just throwing prices, right? Okay, I think that's pretty much covered the questions from this part of the set of questions. Next is on bank leveraging blockchain technology, if at all, to streamline operations and enhance security in financial transactions. Indeed, thank you for the feedback. With the guidance from the board, we are assessing the potential application of blockchain, in payments or trade finance or supply chain management. In one instance, we've already done that for our Bakong QR payment. Now, Bakong payment between Cambodia and Malaysia. And for the financial transactions in Malaysia, of course, we will then require further review with the industry players. There has been some discussion at industry level to utilize blockchain, but so far it has not materialized. Digitalization, service disruption, I mentioned earlier about the service disruption that happened on the 5th of April. Yeah, so I will not repeat that. Again, we are serious about ensuring we will intensify our efforts to boost our technology resilience as well. Yeah. Green financing, next set of questions. What are strategies for Maybank to support and accelerate growth of green finance? We have established actually a transition strategy which includes green energy. I mentioned about our target, right? And we are actually going to exceed our 2025 target within this year. We're looking at decarbonization, supporting clients to decarbonize, accelerating differentiated investments in sustainable financing, and then tailoring towards our leadership role in building capabilities as well. So at Maybank, we really see ourselves as key enabler in addressing energy transition. And we are doing this not in Malaysia alone, right? We're also actively doing this in Indonesia as well as in Singapore. And we have, our team has been engaging closely with the government and government agencies, right? In terms of providing ideas, yeah, and pursuing, hopefully, the first real transition finance in Malaysia, hopefully sooner rather than later. So we are quite optimistic that potentially green financing can become, a growth engine for us, apart from becoming a leader across all the pillars that I mentioned earlier. So just as an addition, for example, on electric vehicle financing, we are in the forefront, right? And based on the discussion earlier, we actually have got about 30% of the EV financing, car financing in Malaysia already, right? So it's a matter of how we can make sure we defend that as the volume increases, example, on the retail side. The next set of questions from shareholder Ng is, what action plans are in place for Maybank to disengage with business relationships in the negative list, meaning that those businesses are involved in sectors which are non-ESG compliant? So we in Maybank have identified activities under our exclusion list, and this is actually available on our corporate website. And all new credit applications for businesses under the 6 high ESG risk sectors are subject to the corresponding sectoral risk acceptance criteria, right? So where the criteria are not met and there are no commitments to meet the criteria, such applications will not proceed, unless there's strong justification of which higher approval is required, right? So again, it is not a black and white rule where we, cut off, at the point of application. But, again, because this is a journey, we are discussing every application closely with our customers. So we are mindful that corporates in ASEAN have got diverse sustainability maturity levels. So to ensure an orderly and just transition, we continue to engage clients to increase awareness and receptiveness in adopting stronger sustainability practices. So while we have actually turned down deals that do not align to ESG principles, we continue to engage our clients rather than pursue divestment. Again, this is aligned with our mission of humanizing financial services. We need to help our clients along the journey. The last question is from shareholder Benedict Lopez, who says that I'm happy with the performance with Maybank, but from a service point of view, Maybank should ensure there are handrails at all its branches. And in particular at Maybank Dataran Maybank, Jalan Bangsa, on weekends, understand that aircon is switched off on non-working days. The suggestion is that we should provide fans for the security guards working inside. So thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Benedict Lopez. We actually have looked into these matters and will add additional handrails at our Bangsa Baru branch, and we will provide a standing fan for security guards at Dataran Maybank. That's the end of the question, Chairman, from the pre-AGM questions. I'll pass back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Khairul. Now that we have addressed all questions received before this meeting, it is time to open the floor for questions. For record purposes, kindly identify yourself by stating your full name before proceeding to ask questions. The floor is open, please.
Exhausted. Too long briefing. Chairman, my name is Mr. Mutu. I'm a shareholder. A lot of questions to ask. Before that, I have divided in two groups here. One is a general information. I think it's echo this one. There are members from PNB. There are members from the Khazanah Holdings. There are members from EPF. I'm a member of I got a funds in the PNB. I got a funds in the EPF. I also have funds in the Khazanah Holdings. This is a general question, Chairman. I take this opportunity to request these three bodies to look into this. Malaysia is today free from the COVID. You can see at the back, nobody is wearing the mask. But there are almost 20 GLC listed companies still holding back the meeting with the virtual meetings. I appreciate that Maybank is having a meeting in physical. So therefore, I request this PNB and the EPF and the Maybank to advise or inform them to have the meeting in physical in future. I receive so many AGMs, including TNB, biggest Khazanah Holding. Why didn't calling for the visual meetings? I think this should be stopped. Also requesting the finance minister to look into it. Also the Bursa chairman, Tan Sri Dato Abdul Wahid, former CEO of the company, to look into this. Make sure that all these AGMs must be held in physically. Please take note of this, the shareholders. We are shareholders. There's no shareholders, there's no meetings. Nothing there. Okay, this is my request. Please, this information to pass to the respective ministry or bursas. Okay, this is number one. Okay, number two is that I say that remuneration of the directors, I have nothing to say about it this year because major shareholders already got approval. Okay, but my question is here, the profit for the year 2023 was $9.7 billion, not from the directors. What about this? All this profit was made by the staffs, senior management teams. They are the one doing all the type of jobs and making the profit so high. So what are the benefits are you going to give for the staffs and the senior management team people? Are you going to increase salary for them? Please look into this. No staffs, no profit. They are the pillars of the Maybank. So please look into this. My request is that. Other one is that this report, annual report, there's a lot of questions raised by the people, annual report. I'm an accountant, retired accountant, 73 years old man. I cannot go through the electronic media.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I think the shareholders are supposed to ask questions, not giving speeches. Thank you.
No, I'm not giving lecturing. My question is that, but just sit down and listen, okay? I'm a shareholder, I'm not a proxy. I've got all the rights to ask questions, okay? So therefore, please have some copies of the report in the floor. You don't have a report, please print the statement accounts and leave it there for references. Okay, come back to the other one is that. See, some other banks, they're related to the fixed deposits, senior citizens. Example, public bank giving us the senior citizens fixed deposit is 1 year means 4.80. Is there any provisions in your bank that senior citizens fixed deposit will be revised? Please take note of it also. So that the senior citizen will be benefit on this matter. The other one is that the what do you call that? This sometimes when you ask questions, somebody come and instruct me, then it will dissipate on mine. You see. The question raised in the meeting, there's somebody asked questions about the bonus and then the bonus issue. The last bonus issue was raised in 2008. My question is here, yeah. We have a returning profit of $1.93 billion. Am I right? And then you also have a shares, reserve shares. This returning profit used for the future growth, excess, cross over the diversity of the entities. This returning profit belongs to the shareholders. Why can't use that these shares and the returning profit give us a bonus issue, bring down the share prices, equal something like that, so that more people, more younger generation people can buy the shares. At the moment, we are buying only the share price is 965 closed yesterday. If you can do that, more people can participate. Okay, finally, one more thing I'm asking here. The assets is $1.3 billion. And then the liabilities is almost $980 billion. Then your excess are $97 $7 billion. Do you think it's safer for the bank to good for the bank? So I look at this is not in favor of me, the liabilities and assets and liabilities. Okay, Chairman, I think I just stop this here first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutu.
Actually, I was disturbed by the questions. When I ask questions, nobody go come and disturb mine because everything goes wrong. You see? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, there's several comments and also a few questions here in that remark. I think on the physical meeting, I'm glad we've decided to have a physical meeting this year to give opportunity for shareholders to actually come in person to these meetings. At the same time, allowing virtual access also to the AGM. As whether we have any influence on the other companies, that's a different story. We can have teh tarik with them and talk about it, but but we certainly will try and lead by example. On the benefits to the staff, I believe we strive very hard to make sure that the remuneration for our staff is very competitive. Because the market itself is very competitive as far as talents are concerned, as mentioned by Dato' Khairul earlier. And I do believe that we are the best employer actually, in Malaysia certainly, and also one of the best employers in the region. So we're quite happy. We will strive and continue to strive to ensure that that remain competitive. On annual report copies, I think we have explained that because of the philosophy of sustainability, but certainly the annual reports are available. If you need them, then we will send them to you. But we try and reduce printing on paper, actually, as far as we can. On the other ones, on FDs and bonus issues of shares, I think, and liability and asset, please, Dato' Khairul.
Yep. Thank you, shareholder. I think on FD, of course, we have offerings across segments, including the senior citizen. It's a matter of looking at, how much we can pay out, right, relative to the situation of a particular segment, right? We look at end to end. So we take your point, just that sometimes it's a matter of competition as well. We can be low on one end, we can be high on one end, but we look at it from a total proposition. Yeah, but point taken in terms of looking at, rewarding more as far as fixed deposit returns to our senior citizen. In terms of, giving back to shareholders, right, or profit, the only way we can do is through dividend or capital, with capital repayment, right? But capital repayment, of course, takes a long time. And indeed, I think you would appreciate that over the last few years, we have actually given handsome dividend to shareholders. On bonus, again, even if you give bonus, the retained earnings is still there, right? It's a matter of just reducing the share price, but you will get more shares, of course. I did mention earlier, we don't have any plans at the moment. Again, I would highlight that a shareholder or anyone who wants to buy Maybank shares can buy in 100 units. So rather than 1,000 units, right? That is only about 980 ringgit per board lot. Yeah, so I think it's affordable. You mentioned about our equity, right? Capital of about now 94.6 billion ringgit at the end of December 2023. Now, if you relate that to our asset size of about 1 trillion, actually our leverage is very high, right? Our leverage is about 10 times. Yeah. So, and we should also look at capital ratio against our risk-weighted asset. So, so we can have a lot of capital, but we also need that capital to buffer the asset and our operation. And at the moment, our capital ratio at CET1 at group level is about 15 plus. Yeah. And that's before we look at stress tests, yeah, etc. So yes, on an absolute amount, the equity may be big, yeah. But if we put that in relation to our total assets, We already at 10 times gearing leverage, and then we need to look at our capital ratio to be able to drive the business, and of course, end of the day, to also be able to reward shareholders through dividends.
Right, thank you. Any more questions from the floor, please? Yes. Gentleman over there, yeah. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elvin Yao. I'm an ex-banker, now retired. My two questions is very simple. Comparison of my investment is MBank, Maybank, and CIMB Bank or public bank. I found that Maybank capital doesn't appreciate very much over 20 years as compared with Hong Leong Bank, public bank, as well as Singapore banks. So I expect that Maybank shares will appreciate over the time, exceed more than $20, as well as $100 over the years. You see? Otherwise, I see all my senior bankers, they already switch Maybank to foreign bank, like UOB Bank, as well as DBS Bank. But I never follow them. This is my mistakes, you see? Furthermore, the dividend is quite reasonable at 6 points, average 6%. As what the veterans say, increase interest rate of FD 4%, I don't think so. Because it's better for you to invest in Maybank shares with a consistent at 6%. Why must you complain? This is my second question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alvin. So, Dr. Khairul.
Thank you for the input, shareholder. Of course, we always strive to improve shareholders' returns. And as we look at shareholders' returns, of course, there are two components on the capital gain as well as on the dividend. I guess you appreciate the dividend. We probably need to work harder on the capital appreciation. But we do hope that shareholders look at the overall return of 9.29% last year, right? Which is a combination of both capital appreciation and dividend yield. But point taken, I think we need to, work harder to satisfy you, I guess.
Thank you. Any more questions on the floor, please? Yes, madam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all the lineups of the board of members and all the shareholders in this meeting. My name is Aznina Puspita binti Zainal Abidin. I'm a shareholder and also an employee from Malayan Banking Berhad. Okay, I have three things. Let me set up for the priority first. Number one, I think since you already proposed, there is a proposal for board members' remuneration reviewing, I think it's about time for you to look into the workers as an employee of Malayan Banking salary scheme. Because most of us, like the below band, like this dispatch, now they call it enabler, they have pursuing education, tertiary education, and also clerical, and just below that. But I've been in Malayan banking for almost 30 years and is going to retire soon, within 3 years. But I have never been offered to upgrade the skill, saying that naik pangkat or whatsoever. So I think it's a bit devastating. That's number one. Number two, I would like to address on the retirement gift when you have reached 60 to 61. Okay, I think, I believe it's like over 20 years, you have been given only, what do you call it, a Rolex or Omega, but it's not original. If it is original, maybe you can pajak gadai if you don't have money within, after your retirement. That's number one. Number two, it's just that I think, as Mr. Mutu was saying that, we have been struggling from day one we start working. until we managed to get 9.7 billion profits, our welfare is not being taken off. Since you call yourself and humanizing people, I think it's time for you to revise on the retirement packaging. Number one, if you can, since now the recession is ongoing and the, all the retail goods outside is not cheap anymore. And in fact, if I may give the example, if the salary of a clerical or SGC, they call it special grade credit card, special grade clerical, worth about 10,000, let's say. It's under B40 or M40. When you go outside and you compare to the Asian countries, actually it's only half. So within 5,000, and you have 10 kids, you know, with all the school fees, the bus fee, everything. I don't think we can save anymore. We hardly can save. So I just propose to you that if you can, instead of giving the chiplak watches, as I call it, very sorry, I think the best of all is share. Share or share. I give you the list, all right? Then you, and then I think you can just review it. You give us share, or you give us FD with a irrespective of what ranking we are, plus medical packages, like maybe 3 years according to your level of status in Malay banking. Gold bar is the best now. Not cash. Cash is costly, but gold bar is best. And maybe Minister of Finance, when he's they finish with all the cases in Malaysia, maybe he can change the cash into dinar, so you become more wealthier compared to Asian. Now, if you refer to our currency, I believe that 2 days ago it was 4.78 paging to USD. So it means when I went to Thailand 2014, the boys who from the shop, they don't want our money anymore. They say it's worthless. I prefer my money instead of yours. So I think it's about time for Maybank to review on our remuneration salary scheme. Okay, I think the last one is on the refreshment. I think I a little bit disappointed lah on the refreshment today. Since we are already getting for 9.7 billion, don't tell me you just give us a packet of nasi, banana, and also air. I think shareholders should be delighted with a treat like a hotel, exclusive hotel, or that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wan, for the feedback. Before I hand over to Dr. Khairul, on the refreshment, I can explain to you, because this is the first physical meeting that we had after COVID. We didn't really know how many will turn up. So, if you look at previous years, even before my time, I think that we were talking about 5,000-6,000 people. So we weren't sure. So what I can say is we'll try to improve next year on the refreshments. What are the other points, Dr. Khairul?
Thank you. I think on the salary, we do review our salary annually, right? And we benchmark against inflation. I think this year alone, if I'm not mistaken, we increased, about 4+%, right? On average, right? And of course, we try to reduce the gap, right? Between those that are maybe at much below P50 against those that are above P50. So we do that dynamically. I think on top of salary, we also give bonus every year, again based on performance. If you look at our expenses, right, 58% of our expenses is for people, right, and that's a huge portion of our cost, and it's okay, right, because we want to take care of our people. I must say that that allegation on watch is not accurate. Right, and of course, we cannot treat our people that way, right? And that's not acceptable. But I just want to make sure that everyone has got the correct information. We do not give fake watches to our employees when they retire, right? I must put that very clearly to all our shareholders. In terms of, again, I wanted to come back to the salary, bonus, and even recently when we did the payout, right? We also give, I think, about 1,000 ringgit to all those earning below 4,000 to help them in this difficult situation. Yeah, and upskilling, we do have a program, etc. But I'll be interested to engage with you directly in terms of why you're not, approached for upskilling and what sort of skills you want to be, exposed to. Yeah, happy to do that even after this meeting. Yeah, please.
Okay. All right, thank you, Dr. Cairo, for that. Any more questions, please, from the floor? Yes, please.
I certainly agree with Tan Sri Chairman, Maybank lead by example. My name is Alan O. I have two questions. The first question is to our group CEO, Dr. Kairos. I need some clarification on the non-interest income. So on the non-interest income has been increased by 30+% this year, which has been driving our growth. So as such, may I know what is the breakdown by conventional and Islamic? Is there a breakdown on that? How many percent contributed by the Islamic? How many percent contributed by conventional? And also, if possible, give us some idea on the breakdown contribution by product. By product. So that's the first question. The second question is to Tan Sri Chairman. Tan Sri, may I know what is your succession plan of board of directors to the next generation of leaders? So that's what I'm looking at. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. While Dr. Cairo is looking at the facts there, I can take your second question. We continuously look at the succession planning for the board, depending on when each board member completes his or her tenure. I cannot share with you details. Suffice to say that we do look into this seriously. As I said earlier, not just in terms of capability in certain subject matters, including the next gen, but also in terms of diversity, cultural, and so on and so forth. So we look for this kind of diversity within the group. For example, technology is a very important key skill set that will be required. So we do look. So trust me, we are really seriously looking at succession planning and trying to attract the best people in each of these areas. Okay. So on the first question, Dr. Cairo. Okay.
I don't have the number on Islamic fee income, but definitely will come back to you. I probably think it's around 30%, yeah, of total fee income. On the composition of the non-interest income, I presented it earlier. So this 38.3% is overall. And normally we try to divide that into two. One is the core fees. This is from the bread butter of our business. And the other one is from treasury and markets. And treasury and markets would involve also the FX, derivatives, the translation, etc. Right? So out of the 8 billion ringgit in non-interest income, about 4.15 billion is from treasury and markets. And the balance is what we call core fees. So if we split these two, treasury and markets went up by 59%. Yeah. So because again, when dollar appreciates, we benefit, right, given our position. And then the core fee, we also improved by 7%. Yeah, it's not much, but we are seeing increase in core fee compared to the previous year where we saw a decline. And now when we strip out the core fees, right, which is about 4 billion as well, unit trust and wealth, that's about 350 million last year. Yeah, and that's compared to 280 million previous year. So we saw an increase. In terms of IB&A, this is our investment banking activities, including underwriting, etc. That was about 290 million last year, compared to 250 million the previous year. And I mentioned also cards. Card also contributed quite significantly. This would include commission service charges. Cards alone, the fee was about 1.26 billion in 2023, compared to 0.9, about 1 billion ringgit the previous year. So that's the components of non-interest income. Is that all right?
It's more on the clarification on the Islamic and versus conventional will be about 30% coming from the Islamic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, please, from the floor? Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm Chong Wei Chun. I have two questions. The first one is on the rationale of board of remuneration. Okay, I would like to point out on point number 2 on the rationale, which is high commitment for non-executive directors. For this one, in my opinion, I think that for non-executive director, their roles is to keep the group's activities in the check and balance. So I think it is necessary. Of course, there's some days allocation required by non-executive directors to attending certain meetings. However, in my opinion, I think that it shouldn't be a rational justified for the increment of remuneration of directors. Instead, I suggest it should be translated to KPIs, which benchmark against any other banks, whether increment is justified in KPI instead of number of days devoted to meetings or preparing boards meeting related matters. That's first one. Then second, for the some question, because I noticed some of the question raised by shareholders are quite similar. For example, dog gifts, all those things. I think this question has been recurring for many times in the meeting. So I'm suggesting maybe we can set up some FAQ, frequent asked question, or probably pre-announce somewhere so that this kind of question would be, how to say, wouldn't repeat so many times. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments and questions. On the board remuneration, perhaps I would invite Dr. Asnita to give a response.
Okay, thank you for your question. Unlike management, the board of directors are not driven by KPIs in the same way that we don't remunerate them with shares in the bank, because we don't want them to be conflicted in terms of carrying out their duties. What we do is we work with the CEO and Exco and so on to drive their KPIs and help them to achieve it by giving them the guidance and direction and challenging and encouraging the management. In terms of time commitment, as mentioned before, it's not just about attending the meetings. It's a lot of preparation for the meetings. We do not try to short circuit or make the meetings short because we want to spend the appropriate amount of time to deliberate on matters, preparing for the meetings, deliberating in the meetings, and giving our inputs. As mentioned before, it's not just about the board meetings, but we have now, well, since I first joined until now, we have 3 additional committees from Maybank, partly due to direction by regulators. So we have 7 committees. The board members also spend time on the committees as well as the subsidiaries. So that's the justification in terms of our commitment.
Thank you, Dr. Asnita. Just to remind everyone that for a bank, board meetings are held monthly basis as per required by the regulator, which means that the board committees meet once a month as well. So that means you attend 2 committee meetings plus the main board meeting. So just to give you a flavor of kind of commitment in time that is required, to do a good job in managing this a bank. On the door gifts, yeah, I think we have addressed this. It's a good idea to have the FAQ. We have addressed this already. We try, even during the AGM, try to tackle this question up front so that it's not repeated throughout the meeting. Thank you for that suggestion. Any other questions, please? All right, I'm just scanning the room to make sure. Yes, Mr. Mutu.
Sorry, Tansri. I left out 2 more questions here. These data protections for the customers. What are the protection you are taking prevention from the scam people going into the data protections? Can you elaborate this thing, the debate? And the second thing is that I don't know whether it's true or not. Is Maybank HQ moving out to the new buildings? If it's true, then if it's wrong information, just ignore the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. On the data protection, of course, we are bound by the provision of the law, right? One is the PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act, and the other one, of course, is FSA, Financial Services Act. Yeah, and obviously, we have got strong compliance on this with respect to making sure that we comply with the provisions of the law under the both, law. Now, from scam, of course, you will see that there has been quite a discussion publicly on scam awareness and the incidence of online fraud, right? But if we focus on banking online scam, we have again been, as in Maybank as well as industry, been in close discussion with regulator to see what more we can do, right? So we have done quite a bit. So for example, in terms of the kill switch, for example, right? So if a customer of ours suspects that his app is compromised, now there is already a button that you can just click to say, okay, then for a while, your app will be killed, so to speak, right? And no one can use it. Of course, you have to activate it later. There's no more SMS OTP now, right? We have migrated all to the secure to you authentication, right? Direct to you. Yeah. But again, the key thing is also about to educate. We continue to educate customers, right? Because unfortunately, sometimes these are the customers that gave away their credentials, to the fraudsters. Yeah. So again, back to the awareness that we have to keep doing. Yeah. As an industry, I can tell you that we spend about 10 million ringgit over the last 1 year to enhance awareness of the public with respect to scam. Yeah. The other question to you. One way. Okay. We of course we announced it 2 years ago. Not quite 2 years ago, September 12th, 2022, to be exact. At the moment we're doing the planning. We are just waiting for the approval of CCC to be able to go into that building, right? But at the same time, we are doing all the fit-out planning, etc. So at this rate, we'll probably only be able to move maybe in 2 years' time.
Thank you. If there are no questions on the floor, oh yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. I just have one suggestion. Regarding the renewable energy, would you like to further elaborate or advertise this product and put it in the annual report in the future so that we want to be in line with the government energy transformation program? Thank you.
Dr. Carol?
Yeah, it's already in our report, actually, sustainability report. This year, we have done 3 reports, right? We have got the integrated report, we've got the environment report, we've got the sustainability report. Those things are doing with respect to renewables and transition is inside the report. But of course, we will see how much more we can enhance it, even on our website as well. But thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Yes, please. One more.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Cheng Tat. I'm a small shareholder, a small depositor. I want to know how large can Maybank be in 5 years' time? I've seen a lot of changes over the last many years of Maybank, but I think we talk about the future. We are looking at China buying up CIMB, CGS, stockbroking firm, and it has become today 100% owner of the CGS broker firm. So what has Maybank been looking at in the global expansion or regional expansion? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. Thanks for the input. I mean, this is something that we always think about, right? What can we be 5 years down the road, for example? I mentioned earlier we're about 120 billion market cap. We had a profit of 9.35 billion ringgit. Fine, I think we want to do more, and of course shareholders are also pushing us to do more. First and foremost, I think it's perhaps maybe useful to perhaps focus on this region because this is where we know best, right? At the moment, of course, we don't have any inorganic thinking, nor do we have anything on the table, right? So it's very much an organic approach, and we want to focus on still this region. We do have a presence outside of this region, but again, they are not at scale. So end of the day, the region that presents us still good opportunity will still be the 3 home markets: Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, right? And if you look at M25+, then that's where we want to play, be good at regionalization, following our customers. Yeah, but again, the regional play is one thing, and of course, improving our performance is another thing. You mentioned about CGS, of course, our competitor bank sold that entity before, right? And then now they had bought another entity to still the same business. But, again, as far as ours is concerned, we remain resolute, right? That stockbroking is part of a key value chain of our offering to the customers. Yeah. So potentially more and more stockbroking can also be, a product for our wealth offering. Yeah. In addition to other wealth offerings that we have. Yeah.
Yeah, we still have questions from virtual questions that are coming in during the meeting. So, any more questions from the floor before we move on to the virtual questions? Not virtual questions, questions coming in virtually. Okay, if there is none, then thank you very much to the floor for your suggestions and questions. Then let us then move on now. Try and address all the questions received today through the virtual meeting platform. Dato' Khairul, please.
Good, Chairman. First is from shareholder Ang Jun Wee, could MBB give forward guidance during quarterly report? For this year, we have given guidance for the overall, yeah, but of course, when we report our quarterly numbers, then we will update, yeah, whether this guidance is still relevant or not. Yeah, so we'll do that as and when we move along quarterly throughout the year. Next, can we scroll up, please? Non-interest income projected in year 2024. We think that, again, from core fee and even overall non-interest income this year, we can still have some growth, but just that we cannot, have some specific number in terms of how much we think you will do. We will update this again in our first quarter results, yeah, and as we move along, then we provide a bit more visibility as what we just briefed earlier in terms of where this non-interest income is coming from, yeah. Next, from Ng Xiao Chin, may I know what is the revenue forecast for e-banking products, right, in the upcoming quarter? And may I know the revenue growth in Indonesia segment? What's the revenue forecast from Indonesia? So digital contribution is growing fairly significantly, right? Year on year, it grew by about 50%. It's still small as a revenue. I think now it's still about less than 10%, but we will build this over time. But we are encouraged by the number of sales transactions. I mentioned at least earlier on the GCFS, we are seeing good penetration from customer, from sales, yeah, etc., and from transaction volume as well. So sales transaction actually went up 76%, yeah, and accounted for 76% of our total transaction in 2023. On Indonesia, revenue growth is expected to be in the high single digit for this year, following from last year's growth of about 5%. And we also expect that we will contribute, a similar level of about 10% of group's overall revenue, yeah, for Indonesia. Next question is from shareholder Teh Kian Lang. What is Maybank overseas strategy, given limited growth opportunities at home? I did mention about, say, SP13 earlier, Singapore, and Singapore will spearhead wealth, including Islamic wealth. Singapore will spearhead trade, etc. Indonesia is a bit broader across the retail segment, the SME segment, and even the corporate segment. And of course, we want to be able to do better in linking our value proposition across the region for the same customers that do business in the region. Yeah. Shareholder Ong Hong Chin, since now Maybank Singapore is the 4th largest bank of Singapore, any plan to public listed Maybank Singapore division in Singapore to accumulate more fund? No, I think there's no immediate plan. We also don't want dilution as we are doing well. Of course, we are trying to expand our funding sources, yeah, beyond equity and of course from external parties through debt issuance, etc. From shareholder Chia Pen Lee, how is the company positioning itself to capitalize on emerging trends or new markets? So again, our M25 Plus strategy positions us to ensure that the group remains agile in responding to emerging trends. So that's how we look at it, right? We want to be agile as we closely monitor what's happening around the world, so that then we can cater to the needs at that current moment and of course the needs of our customers. Question from Leong Jun Yen. You mentioned that you don't issue the RP due to shareholder dilution. Why don't you do share buyback at similar number of shares? There are other banks in Australia. Yeah, I mean, share buyback is something we will evaluate, but again, share buyback will eat up into our capital, right? We don't want to do that. And again, we need capital for growth, and of course, the balance is we want to give back to shareholders. We don't have any intention to do share buyback. Yeah, we have seen some companies, not banks, in Malaysia doing share buyback, and they suffered tremendously, right? Given the deterioration in share price, and the share price deteriorates, it will affect our capital. Yeah. Shareholder Teng Siu Moi, has Maybank considered using part of its profits to repurchase? Similar. I think the rationale is similar, right? We don't intend to use the profit that we retain to buy back our shares. Yeah, it's really not in our plan. Shareholder Wong Jun Leong, considering the benefits of DRP for both shareholder and the company, I propose request for the company to absorb the stamp duty and any processing fee associated. This step will not only make the plan attractive, etc. Could the board consider this proposal? We can look at it, just that also be mindful when we do the DRP, we have already given a discount of up to 10%, right? And I think that discount easily can absorb the little stamp duty that you have to pay, or the stamp cost. Yeah. When to pay dividend and distribute treasury share, I think it's the same answer that I mentioned earlier. We don't intend to, buy our shares back as treasury shares. Shareholder Ang Jun Wee, again on dividend, could dividend pay out by quarterly? Paying dividend is costly, right? We have to get our auditors to review our accounts, etc., and it takes time, right? We can consider and evaluate this, but we also need to look at other considerations. Yeah. Shareholder Teng Siu Moi again, is it? Why did the dividend payout decrease after DCO came to power? Is DCO, yes, is DCO's mismanagement? Okay. Actually, if you look at the chart I presented earlier, in 2019, yes, we paid 64 cents a share, right? All cash compared to 60 cents a share that we paid last year. But from 2019 to 2023, we have issued 820 million shares out of DRP. The 820 million, if you multiply by 60 cents per share, that's about 450 million ringgit of additional ringgit dividend that we paid to our shareholders. Okay? So we also need to think about the overall absolute amount, that we give to shareholders, in addition to the number in terms of share dividend per share. It's I hope this is not the way that the shareholders look at the CEO. But we will always consider the interests of the shareholders when we do. Of course, it's not the CEO's decision alone. I've got 10 other board members that will have to agree on whatever they decide for our shareholders. With the increase of net profit every year, does the board consider to bumper dividend? No, again, I think we have explained this. Any plan may e-wallet to enable overseas nearby ASEAN countries? Yes, I think again, we can already use the QR in Singapore, and we'll be able to do it in Indonesia, right? And soon in Cambodia as well, right? So again, that's part of our value proposition for our customers going in the region. Shareholder Rebecca, now there is an option to link overseas Maybank to your account. What are the future May improvement strategies or plan, especially for the wealth? I think end of the day, it's all about understanding the journey of the customer, and we keep stressing that to our team. As and when there is a need to fulfill that journey for that particular time, then in discussing with our customers and in engaging with them, we will try to offer the relevant value proposition at a particular point. Yeah. So I think that's the approach that we do, and of course, as and when we think that we need to introduce something, we will do it. Shareholder Moon, how Maybank enhance its security since there is quite many of online fraud? Yeah. So I did mention earlier that we have taken steps, the 5 initiatives that we have done for the industry. Internally, also we are also enhancing our capability to look at the behavior of transactions using machine learning. We're working closely with regulator as an industry, right, to come up with measures of such to try to deter, if not prevent, online fraud, right? So a lot of things that we can do, but we also need to remind our customers about what they also need to do to protect their credentials, etc. Yeah. I think another one from same shareholder, Wong Jun Leong. This is quite long. Yeah? As Maybank continue to embrace digital banking solutions, I'm keen to understand the performance of the collaboration with Apple Pay. Could the board provide insight on the impact of Apple Pay? Specifically, how has Apple Pay contributed to profit margins? Given the growing trend, okay, maybe on Apple Pay first, we see tremendous growth in our customers using Apple Pay for payment because it's so easy, right? You just tap, show your face, tap back, and then done. But there's a cost to that for us, right? Because we still have to share certain revenue with Apple, right? We do that for the convenience of our customers. But at the same time, we need to look at the overall scheme of things, right? Where can we optimize and where we can become more efficient in delivering solutions through the BAU way, since we're already doing it in a more efficient way through digital. Given the growing trend of integrating technology, financial services, I'm curious about Maybank's plans in the digital finance, particularly in partnership with technology companies like Apple. Is there any plan on the way for Maybank to collaborate with Apple to launch the Apple Card in Malaysia? So again, we have an open view of collaborating with people. Apart from Apple, I think we've started also collaborating with Google, right? And because we know that, with Android, yeah? Because we know that, not everyone has got an Apple phone, right? Many people also have Android phones. So again, we have an open basis partnership platform to collaborate with different kinds of partners. Xia P. Jing, what is the preventive measure from Maybank to ensuring stability? Is this app built in-house? Obviously, the main platform is built in-house, right? But of course, we do get external vendors to support in terms of the interfaces with the other solutions as well. I did mention earlier that we will continue to intensify our efforts to boost our technology resiliency in this regard. Yeah. Next is Kong Chong Hin, Director Executive. Their fee are too high, can reduce, so that shareholders will have better bidder. I think the question rationale has been answered by Dr. Asnita. I shall not repeat this. And of course, the broader rationale was also shared by PwC earlier. Mr. Ng, what will be the additional rental when the HQ is moved from Menara Maybank to Menara 118? I think the effective rental is about 892 ringgit per square foot. Yeah, this is based on the present value over 20 years, including the rent-free period, etc. We think that is still within fair market rate of about 848 ringgit per square foot to 8.93 ringgit per square foot. So at that cost, if you multiply by the rental space of 650,000 square feet, then you can get the amount of rental that you have to pay every year. But at the same time, when we sign up with PNB, we also entered into an agreement for them to lease the current Menara Maybank for 10 years. Right? So that will mitigate and offset, or not really offset, but mitigate the impact on the rental that we have to pay to them for Menara 118. Shareholder Hugh, in this digital and IIH, will Maybank cut down some workforce to save costs in the long run? I think in our best effort to ensure we remain competitive, we want to reskill and upskill, right? So we have started this process. We have started identifying what are the skills we require and how can we then look at upskilling our existing staff first and foremost. Yeah. So that's what we will do in the first instance, and not necessarily just think about cutting our workforce first and foremost. Shareholder Chua, cost increase, following conclusion of CA, which resulted in business costs increasing. Are these a one-off costs? Do management expect business costs will continue to stay elevated? When we finalized the CA last year, that was the last year of the CA. As you would appreciate, CA is over 3 years, but we only managed to finalize it in the last year of that period, right? That means that we had to certain form backdate, or not really backdate, accrue for costs that was supposed to be incurred even earlier, and of course it's much higher, right? But again, hopefully then in future, right, it will normalize. And of course we accrue it every year. Just that for last year, the final amount of increase was much higher than what we had accrued for in the previous 2 years, right? So again, it also depends on the final conclusion of terms that we negotiate with the respective unions. Madam Shawarda Tang, our distinguished CEO said our ROE target is 13. Not sure what I said 13, but now there is no way to achieve target. Yeah, I agree with you. I did not say 13. I think I did say that under M25 plus, we have an ROE target of between 11 and 12%, right? I'm not sure whether I mentioned number 13 somewhere else. But no, I did not mention 13, Madam. How is Maybank leveraging on AI to improve efficiency and lowering staff costs? Yes, we have started adopting AI use cases across not just cost efficiency, etc., but also in serving our customers better and hopefully the top line impact as well, right? We are in discussion with the board to be able to come up with a more holistic strategy using particularly generative AI. Next, I think same shareholder, TNG is still the main wallet. What is Maybank doing in this space? Indeed, we know, out there, TNG is gaining a customer base and market share from e-wallet point of view. Again, we are focused on providing solutions. We have done some survey recently in terms of, comparing our app, say, with Touch and Go as well. And, there are certain things that we believe we need to improve, yeah, and we intend to, implementing those things, yeah. Again, with the intention of simplifying the journey for our customers. So that's as much as I could say now. But, we will look at this particular initiative closely. I think same thing here. In fact, I've also discussed one of the shareholders earlier. Yeah, I think it's the same thing, comparing May and Touch and Go. Is this something May can mimic in terms of, daily interest? Yeah. So again, we've got Tabung already, right? So, but in Tabung, it's not a wallet. Yeah. So again, it's also trying to relate between the wallet and the other services that we have, including current account, savings account, and other journeys that we have on our May. So how can we link that proposition from Tabung to also wallet that we have? May I know what steps Maybank has taken to reduce energy wastage? So actually we have installed LED lights at our premises and signages. We have embarked on energy efficiency program. You do see, at least from a renewable commitment of reducing scope 1 and scope 2, that has improve the results is there, right? Just that as we do all these things, electricity rate also goes up, right? So consumption has come down, but the rate has gone up, and hence we have to, see how these two offset each other if possible. Shareholder Tan, what percentage of Maybank staff is trained in ESG, at various competency level? So in 23 alone, more than 33,000 Maybankers were involved in sustainability-related capacity building initiatives, and including face-to-face, e-learnings, external training, certification, etc. Right? And with more than 65,000 engagements group-wide. Our Maybank Sustainability Practitioner Certification Program we launched last year is the first of its kind in industry. Basically, we certify our own employees, and we have got different categories of certification. And we developed this in partnership with UN, Global Compact, Network Malaysia, and Brunei. Next, Shareholder Wong, I'm still confused with the direction of digitalization. Considering Maybank as a leading bank in the industry, the momentum improvement of digital to capture users in the bank, especially young gen, doesn't look impressive. While some young digital banks such as GX Bank are expediting faster compared to Maybank, what are your take in slow-paced digitalization? Is it a time for Maybank to have a look at this, cutting down non-meaningful campaigns such as Sama-Sama Local? Yeah, we take your point, and this is again high on our agenda, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, we will address this at length separately. Shareholder Lee, what kinds of assistance, aid, payment extended to the staff in view of escalating costs? Kindly elaborate, right? So again, when we concluded the CA agreement, right, with some of the unions, we actually offered free interest housing loan up to a certain amount, right? We have also, again, on top of the bonus I mentioned earlier, we would have provided specific monetary assistance to some employees below the 4,000 ringgit salary. Yeah, we are taking a lot of steps here, yeah, in terms of helping our employees. We again benchmark it against inflation when we look at salary increase. Yeah. Dear Chairman, any idea when Maybank will issue staff ESOS? So we don't have plans to establish ESOS. What we have introduced is what we call a long-term incentive plan in the form of share grant, right? So I think shareholders, you will remember last year, shareholders approved for Maybank to roll out, yeah, the next round of long-term incentive in the form of share grant. Now that digital bank is a trend, why hasn't Maybank taken transformation and cost saving measures? Yes, I think, again, I mentioned about what we are doing on digital and cost saving. Of course, we can't expect costs to be saved immediately, right? We still have, I guess, the inflection point, right? Where until then, we still need to spend on both, on the digital front as well as the BAU. And hopefully at one point in time, we can reach an inflection point where the BAU costs can come down, yeah, as we continue to invest on digital. When will Maybank support for Google Pay? I think we already are, yeah. I think so, yeah. So I think this has been done, I mentioned earlier, in addition to Apple. Comment on product, Maybank 2 cards, reserve credit card. Please review the benefits to maintain competitiveness of your premium credit cards. Significant dilution of TP points, conversions to ML, significant reduction in TP earnings. We will look at this. Annual fee of in aggregate may not commensurate with the benefits subsequent to dilution. I think point taken, but again, we will look at this in the overall context of offering complete value proposition to our customers and the cost benefits to us as well. Shareholder Teo, as compared to its regional peers, they often have a wider international presence, potentially beneficial for those who travel to do overseas business. It would help to turn the nation into regional financial hub. In contrary, Maybank does not have strong presence internationally. Smaller branch network in Singapore, potentially limiting in-person service. What are steps taken by the group to improve this? Actually, Singapore is growing nicely for us, right? The profit is almost 20%, yeah. And indeed, we think that we can do more through Singapore. And we also have dedicated resources for the corridor effort, right, between Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. So again, that is much I would say in terms of how we want to look at regionalization. I did mention here we'll focus in the ASEAN region, particularly in Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. Shall the low cost to income 48.9 versus 45.2, this is targeted below 49%, hovering around industry average. What is target for the next 3 to 5 years? So, we have set out that expectation for this year below 49%, right? We need to come back on the medium term. Of course, I did mention earlier that under M25 plus, we had set out to achieve 45% by next year. But again, at the same breath, I also say that that might be a challenge at the moment. From two parts, because we spend late, and of course at the moment we're still in the spending mode until next year. As many transactions from digitally will Maybank reduce manpower costs. I did speak about how we are looking at the BAU costs and the future costs. Yeah. Any plan to further enhance the manpower skill in digital? Yes. I think I also briefed that during my presentation in the first instance earlier. Yeah. Next, Mohammed Ridwan, please share the ATM transaction usage. The apps cannibalize ATM. ATMs are heavily used with a total of 700 million transactions per annum. Yeah, of course, we have got the most number of ATMs in the country. Over time, and with expected change in customer behavior, we anticipate a shift to mobile, yeah, and we are already seeing a 30% increase in mobile transaction. What is the future of ATM? Again, some of the customers still appreciate ATM because the ability to cash, while cash has come down, it will not disappear, right? So hence, we still have to provide that facility for ATM, especially in beyond urban areas. Is there any plan to spin off Etika? No, we have no plans at the moment to spin off Etika. Does Maybank plan to combine a mobile app such as May savings account holder with current account holder? This security is a good security system, but inconvenience and unfriendly use for sole prop. This measure again was for this particular security for sole prop. This measure was taken to protect and minimize the risks of customers. Yeah, but soon we'll be enabling a feature that allow for both the individual and sole proprietor account to access from the same device. Yeah, I think we should be able to launch that sometime soon. We are in testing mode now. About customer satisfaction, why SST of credit card cannot be subsidized while other banks have initiative to absorb. This is part of customer satisfaction to continue using MBB credit cards. Looking at this devaluation of trade points, and also net trade points for e-wallet top-up, as the government encourages and promotes the usage of e-wallet, while most of the e-wallet player has imposed extra service fee for using card to reload, IC removal approach as obsolete and should be reviewed. So the SST for credit cards are not waived, as it is governed by the Service Tax Act. Yeah? Alternatively, card members may opt to pay service tax using Maybank trade points or Maybank reward points. So we do have avenue for our customers to be able to utilize the trade points to pay for the service tax. Is MBB expecting more write back over the next 12 months, given that Sapora has just announced a major disposal? We will continue with our BAU recovery efforts, right? As part of our asset quality management. Of course, we are unable to comment on any specific borrower. How is Maybank preparing to manage the potential risks associated with Malaysian ringgit weakening against other currencies, particularly in terms of foreign exchange exposure and its impact on the international operations? Of course, we are constantly monitoring our foreign exchange, looking at specific currency asset and liability management. Yeah, so that we make sure that the open position for particular currency is not overly exposed. Will Maybank operate a digital bank? In a way, we do not require a separate license to operate as a digital bank. Yeah, our current bank already enables us to offer digital banking services. Yeah, but our effort is again to intensify the efforts to meet our diverse customer needs. Will Maybank enhance the app features to include like EPF self-contribution, IPO application? Yes, all these are good suggestions. Yeah, and again, as part of our agile implementation, we'll all take this into account. Thank you very much. What approach or method will Maybank use to attract young generation to work in Maybank, since younger generation now are keen to work as YouTuber? Will Maybank consider hybrid workplace like work from home? Yes, we do offer the flexibility already to Maybankers for mobile work arrangement, where they can opt for either 3+2 or 4+1 work from home. I think our approach is that as long as the work gets done, they can be anywhere. Over 52% of Maybank workforce is below 35 years old. Yeah? And our recruitment attraction realization to offer actually is above 80%. And the retention group for this group is also above 80%. Yeah? So this basically indicates that Maybank remains relevant and attractive to the younger generation. Next, based on the presented information on account opening, time taken was reduced, but the waiting time at the bank are still longer than expected. What initiative will Maybank take to reduce customer waiting time? We are continuously improving, right? The account opening process at branches, etc., etc. So we have seen improvements in certain areas, but obviously, with your kind of feedback and with what we see is happening on the ground, yeah, we will take efforts to continuously improve our services on the ground. Could you shed some light on upcoming tactical strategy to further strengthen ASEAN regional position? There is indeed, a push by us, right, in the realization of our business. For example, I did mention about the key home markets where we do have presence in most, if not all, of the financial services in those countries. In Vietnam, for example, what we have is investment banking. We have stockbroking, we have 2 branches, and we have a 16% stake in An Binh. Yeah? So the idea is how can we stitch all these different types of presents to make them to offer customer as one, right? In Vietnam, of course, there are limitations. Foreign banks cannot own a local bank more than 20%. Yeah? So we can't be the controlling shareholder in a particular bank in Vietnam. Next, may I ask, is MTU app being developed in-house? I think I have explained this earlier, right? It is developed internally. All new features were developed using new tech stacks. Yeah? But rest assured, we'll continue to invest in new technologies to ensure that our digital services continue to be leading edge. Since the NEDs are receiving monthly fees and it will be increased, should we approve it today? What is the rationale of paying the NEDs meeting allowance? I believe that has been also addressed earlier, yeah, in terms of the rationale for the different types of fees. Okay. Next one, is that possible to close down those non-performing branch to save costs? Yeah. Again, branches are an important part of our customer touch points. Our first port of call is to see what sort of services we need to do differently at the branches, not necessarily just to close. Yeah, because of customer behavior is changing, because OTC transaction has come down. Right? How do we then enable branches to serve the new needs of our customers? Yeah. What is the bank doing to allow the government to abolish the 25 ringgit credit card tax? This is determined by the government, right? You know, Maybank would be required to comply collecting this tax from credit card holders, right? And of course, there is also this initiative now under LHDN where banks are also expected to provide invoices, yeah, for all the transactions, etc. Yeah. I think that's the end of all the questions from the virtual platform. Chairman, I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dato' Karusale. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed the deliberations of all resolutions as set out in notice of AGM. As mentioned earlier, we will publish the entire set of the Q&As on our corporate website after the AGM. We will now close the Q&A session and proceed further with the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary has informed me that no notice has been received to transact any other business of which due notice shall have been given in accordance with the Companies Act. As all the resolutions have been tabled, please proceed to cast your vote now if you have not submitted your votes earlier. And to those in the meeting hall, if you are unable to vote using your own devices, please be informed that we have opened a polling kiosk at the back of this hall as an alternative option for you to submit your vote. The voting session will be closed in 10 minutes. The poll results will be validated by the scrutineers and will be made available for announcement soon. We target to announce the poll results 15 minutes after the closure of the voting session. We will call the meeting to order after 25 minutes for announcement of the poll results. So that will take us to 10 to 2. So 1:50 to come back here. All right, so see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting procedure is Boardroom Share Registrars. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform through the following modes. Shareholders and proxy holders attending the meeting physically here with us, you will vote via your personal smartphone or tablet. For shareholders who are here with us, your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code has been issued to you during registration. Scan the QR code on the instruction slip with your smartphone or tablet. Kindly enter your username and password as per the given in the voting instruction slip. To vote, click on the Voting tab on top of the screen. The resolutions and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press cancel. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. You may seek assistance from the usher around the room if required. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip, which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Voting kiosk will be made available under the Chair directive. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the Chair announcement. You may seek assistance from the usher stationed at the voting kiosk if required. For shareholders and proxy holders that is joining this meeting virtually, please refer to the instructions below.
Dear shareholders, thank you for your participation at today's virtual meeting. On this virtual meeting platform, you will be able to view the live broadcast of the meeting proceedings, pose questions to the Board of Directors, and submit your votes in real time while the meeting is in progress. To view the live broadcast of the meeting, please click this broadcast icon. If you are participating in this meeting via a laptop or desktop, the live broadcast panel can be viewed side by side with the voting panel. To maximize the broadcast panel, please click here. Audio of the live broadcast will continue to play in the background, even during the voting process or when the broadcast panel is being minimized. Do adjust the volume control on your device for optimum audio output. Please click this arrow to return to the main meeting screen. You can minimize the broadcast panel by clicking this broadcast icon again. Should you encounter any issues with the broadcast view, please refresh the page by clicking this refresh icon. If you have any questions for the Board of Directors, you may raise them at any time before or during the meeting. To do so, please click on this messaging icon. Type your question within the chat box and click on this arrow to submit your question. A message will appear that your question has been received. To return to the main meeting screen, click on this icon. To view the resolutions for this meeting and submit your votes, please click on this voting icon. Once the voting has opened, the resolutions and voting options will be displayed. To vote, please select one of the available options, for or against. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your vote has been received. To change your vote, please click on the other option. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your new voting direction has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please click on Cancel. You may change your voting direction at any time before the chairman closes the voting session. Once the chairman announces that the voting session is closed, you will not be able to change your voting direction anymore. You may click on the broadcast icon to return to the live broadcast screen for the announcement of voting results. Should you require any assistance during the virtual meeting, please call Boardroom's help desk at 603-7890-4700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
berjuta ringgit untuk satu unit. Itulah kos peralatan dan mesin besar untuk kerja kami. Tapi bagaimana kami nak jalankan kerja kalau tidak mampu nak beli mesin? Nama saya Muhammad Nizam bin Abdul Karim. MK membuat pelbagai jenis projek dalam kejuruteraan awam, termasuk membekal automotive spare part, fabrication logam dan keluli, dan kami juga menjual dan membeli scrap metal. Dalam sektor kerjaan kami, peralatan dan mesin besar sangat-sangat penting untuk memudahkan kerja. Tapi peralatan seperti ini sangat mahal. Saya pun bertanya kepada kawan, bagaimana nak mengatasi isu duit deposit yang sangat tinggi seperti ini? Seorang kawan memperkenalkan kepada saya Maybank SME Trade Financing. Dengan Maybank Trade Financing inilah saya dapat membeli die cut 50 tan yang berharga RM250,000, sekaligus menaikkan sale turnover syarikat saya. Prosesnya sangat mudah. Apabila barang sampai di port, saya cuma perlu sediakan 4 perkara untuk Maybank, iaitu borang permohonan facilities, bill of lading, invoice dari supplier dan KI form dari custom. Lepas tu Maybank terus bayar kepada supplier saya di China. Dalam masa beberapa hari saja, saya boleh keluarkan mesin dari port. Sejak itu, Maybank menjadi rakan perbankan dalam perniagaan saya. Kini, dengan peralatan yang lebih moden, saya lebih yakin untuk projek yang berskala besar. Maybank ni banyak servis dan produk yang sangat membantu, terutamanya perniagaan saya yang semakin berkembang. Contohnya, Maybank 2UBiz. Saya gunakan platform ini untuk buat bayaran secara online, termasuk bayaran gaji. Jadi, saya adalah lebih masa untuk buat perkara yang lebih penting. Sekarang, syarikat kecil saya telah menjadi syarikat pilihan dalam industri ini dan saya teruja dengan masa depan perniagaan saya.
I started working on the factory floor. Today, I run a multi-million ringgit company that shift glove across the world. My name is CKO. I have been in the glove industry for about 20 years now. When I first started my own business, we couldn't produce our own glove, so we traded gloves made by other manufacturers. We were so small. It was hard because we were the new kid on the block. Maybank believed in us and gave us a first loan. We bought our first factory with that. We joined local and global trade shows with MITEC, so we could promote our products and service to get known of our customers better. Overseas customers are different. There are different payment systems, and you must be able to maintain a certain foreign exchange rate because forex changes all the times. This was a huge headache, but Maybank helped us through. When we had to expand and when the gas utilities company required bank guarantees, Maybank stepped in. A good relationship is about trust. Our customers trust our product and service. Because of this support, we could meet the rising customer demand and provide a better facility for our workers. AHA has grown from a trader to a major player in the glove industry today, thanks to our banking partner who has been with us over 10 years, through all our challenges.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to UBIS. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next DigiJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to grow and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
Saya Wan Farhana. Syarikat saya telah menjalankan perniagaan menguruskan permit pekerja asing hampir 10 tahun lamanya. Sejak 6 bulan lepas, saya telah merancang untuk mengembangkan perniagaan saya, namun idea ini agak sukar untuk direalisasikan tanpa bantuan keuangan. Pada masa yang sama, saya mendapat tahu Maybank telah melancarkan permohonan pinjaman secara online. Oleh kerana itulah, saya memohon Maybank SME Digital Financing atau dikenali sebagai pembiayaan digital SME Maybank. Sistem permohonan melalui Maybank to You ini sangat pantas dan cekap. Ianya sangat mesra pelanggan kerana tiada dokumen diperlukan dan semuanya menjadi mudah untuk saya. Yang membuatkan saya lebih kagum, semuanya diuruskan dengan begitu pantas. Di mana saja, dengan hanya menggunakan pelayar web dari telefon bimbit. Maybank SME Digital Financing menjimatkan masa saya dan membolehkan saya untuk lebih fokus dalam merancang strategi untuk perniagaan saya.
Hi, I'm a car dash camera distributor specializing in the top 2 Korean brands in the Malaysia market. We cover retail, distribution, consultancy, and after-sales service. I was happy when a new business opportunity came across my path, and it was so timely that my Maybank SME manager introduced me to the Maybank SME Digital Financing. The online financing application was a great experience. I was able to submit it from the comfort of my own office at my own time. It is great to see the progress from the last time I took a financing 2 years ago at the branch. This round, I was surprised that no documents were required. I managed to complete my application entirely online via Maybank to UBIS without having to go to the branch. The approval was fast and beyond my expectation. I have to say, Maybank SME Digital Financing saved me a lot of time so that I can focus on what matters most for my business.
我拥有多家眼镜店铺，因为疫情的影响，我需要额外的资金来支持公司的运转。当我刚接触 Maybank SME Digital Financing 的时候，我也只是抱着试一试的想法，申请了这个新的线上融资。没想到整个过程是那么的简单和迅速，只需要填写简单的企业资料和点击几下就完成了。过了不久，也收到了融资批准的答复，这真的是让我很惊喜和意外。我还以为以现在的经济状况来说，我会很难申请到额外的资金，或者是说申请的过程会很复杂和要求很多的证件。没想到 Maybank 这个新的线上融资竟然会那么的容易申请，这绝对能为业务繁忙和需要额外流动资金的中小企业带来很多便利。
berjuta ringgit untuk satu unit. Itulah kos peralatan dan mesin besar untuk kerja kami. Tapi bagaimana kami nak jalankan kerja kalau tidak mampu nak beli mesin? Nama saya Muhammad Nizam bin Abdul Karim. MK membuat pelbagai jenis projek dalam kejuruteraan awam, termasuk membekal automotive spare part, fabrication logam dan keluli, dan kami juga menjual dan membeli scrap metal. Dalam sektor kerjaan kami, peralatan dan mesin besar sangat-sangat penting untuk memudahkan kerja. Tapi peralatan seperti ini sangat mahal. Saya pun bertanya kepada kawan, bagaimana nak mengatasi isu duit deposit yang sangat tinggi seperti ini? Seorang kawan memperkenalkan kepada saya Maybank SME Trade Financing. Dengan Maybank Trade Financing inilah saya dapat membeli die cut 50 tan yang berharga RM250,000, sekaligus menaikkan sale turnover syarikat saya. Prosesnya sangat mudah. Apabila barang sampai di port, saya cuma perlu sediakan 4 perkara untuk Maybank, iaitu borang permohonan facilities, bill of lading, invoice dari supplier dan KI form dari custom. Lepas tu Maybank terus bayar kepada supplier saya di China. Dalam masa beberapa hari saja, saya boleh keluarkan mesin dari port. Sejak itu, Maybank menjadi rakan perbankan dalam perniagaan saya. Kini, dengan peralatan yang lebih moden, saya lebih yakin untuk projek yang berskala besar. Maybank ni banyak servis dan produk yang sangat membantu, terutamanya perniagaan saya yang semakin berkembang. Contohnya, Maybank 2UBiz. Saya gunakan platform ini untuk buat bayaran secara online, termasuk bayaran gaji. Jadi, saya adalah lebih masa untuk buat perkara yang lebih penting. Sekarang, syarikat kecil saya telah menjadi syarikat pilihan dalam industri ini dan saya teruja dengan masa depan perniagaan saya.
I started working on the factory floor. Today, I run a multi-million ringgit company that shift glove across the world. My name is CKO. I have been in the glove industry for about 20 years now. When I first started my own business, we couldn't produce our own glove, so we traded gloves made by other manufacturers. We were so small. It was hard because we were the new kid on the block. Maybank believed in us and gave us a first loan. We bought our first factory with that. We joined local and global trade shows with MITEC, so we could promote our products and service to get known of our customers better. Overseas customers are different. There are different payment systems and you must be able to maintain a certain foreign exchange rate because Forex changes all the time. This was a huge headache, but Maybank helped us through. When we had to expand and when the gas utilities company required bank guarantees, Maybank stepped in. A good relationship is about trust. Our customers trust our product and service. Because of this support, we could meet the rising customer demand and provide a better facility for our workers. AHA has grown from a trader to a major player in the glove industry today, thanks to our banking partner who has been with us over 10 years, through all our challenges.
From our first family shop in Kampar, we noticed our customers are getting more curious of our dishes. They are frequently asking about the ingredients that we use because people have started to be more health conscious. Amazingly, we discovered that halal food can actually meet the demands of our customers because it places priority on using high quality products and emphasizes on hygienic food preparations. This will allow us to have access to a much wider market, which means it will bring us more customers. So, we made the decision to apply for halal certification for our business. But then comes our next dilemma. Where do we start? Who do we talk to? How do we go about? It was timely that Maybank Islamic invited us to learn more about halal certification through their Maybank Islamic Halal program. Maybank Islamic gave us a complimentary pre-assessment test so we know where we stand even before we begin the entire application process. And when we are ready for the next step, Maybank Islamic and their halal certification expert partner walk through with us from A to Z. We are so thankful for the guidance as there are so many requirements to comply with. It can really be a headache if we are doing this alone. One of our biggest challenges was to renovate our central kitchen up to spec, but we did not have the funds for it. And again, Maybank Islamic supported us with the funding so we can continue with our halal certification process. The oncoming challenges was that we had a lot of documents to prepare and submit. And this can be tricky and confusing. But I tell you, the halal expert that was assigned to us has years of experience. They were so good. They anticipated all the possible questions and gave us the right advice during our preparation for the halal certification. We were so happy when we got the news that our halal certification applications was approved on the very first submission. That's not all. And we also took this opportunity to improve our operations. It is not just me who benefit from this. We ease our staff operation and provide a friendlier customer experience. We enable the QR payment, which allows for faster, quicker payment transactions. Also, managing my staff payroll and statutory payment made easy with Maybank to UBIS. Now that we had our halal certification in place for 5 months, I'm pleased to share that we have already seen a 25% jump in our sales. I look forward to open my next DGJ outlet in other shopping malls, because shopping mall gives priority to those with halal certification. We will continue to go and deliver the best food and services to our beloved customers.
Saya Wan Farhana. Syarikat saya telah menjalankan perniagaan menguruskan permit pekerja asing hampir 10 tahun lamanya. Sejak 6 bulan lepas, saya telah merancang untuk mengembangkan perniagaan saya, namun idea ini agak sukar untuk direalisasikan tanpa bantuan keuangan. Pada masa yang sama, saya mendapat tahu Maybank telah melancarkan permohonan pinjaman secara online. Oleh kerana itulah, saya memohon Maybank SME Digital Financing atau dikenali sebagai pembiayaan digital SME Maybank. Sistem permohonan melalui Maybank to You ini sangat pantas dan cekap. Ianya sangat mesra pelanggan kerana tiada dokumen diperlukan dan semuanya menjadi mudah untuk saya. Yang membuatkan saya lebih kagum, semuanya diuruskan dengan begitu pantas. Di mana saja dengan hanya menggunakan pelayar web dari telefon bimbit. Maybank SME Digital Financing menjimatkan masa saya dan membolehkan saya untuk lebih fokus dalam merancang strategi untuk perniagaan saya.
Hi, I'm a car dash camera distributor specializing in the top 2 Korean brands in the Malaysia market. We cover retail, distribution, consultancy, and after-sales service. I was happy when a new business opportunity came across my path, and it was so timely that my Maybank SME manager introduced me to the Maybank SME Digital Financing. The online financing application was a great experience. I was able to submit it from the comfort of my own office at my own time. It is great to see the progress from the last time I took a financing 2 years ago at the branch. This round, I was surprised that no documents were required. I managed to complete my application entirely online via Maybank to UBIS without having to go to the branch. The approval was fast and beyond my expectation. I have to say, Maybank SME Digital Financing saved me a lot of time so that I can focus on what matters most for my business.
"我拥有多家眼镜店铺，因为疫情的影响，我需要额外的资金来支持公司的运转。当我刚接触 Maybank SME Digital Financing 的时候，我也只是抱着试一试的想法，申请了这个新的线上融资。没想到整个过程是那么的简单和迅速，只需要填写简单的企业资料和点击几下就完成了。过了不久，也收到了融资批准的答复，这真的是让我很惊喜和意外。我还以为以现在的经济状况来说，我会很难申请到额外的资金，或者是说申请的过程会很复杂和要求很多的证件。没想到 Maybank 这个新的线上融资竟然会那么的容易申请，这绝对能为业务繁忙和需要额外流动资金的中小企业带来很多便利。
berjuta ringgit untuk satu unit. Itulah kos peralatan dan mesin besar untuk kerja kami. Tapi bagaimana kami nak jalankan kerja kalau tidak mampu nak beli mesin? Nama saya Muhammad Nizam bin Abdul Karim. MK membuat pelbagai jenis projek dalam kejuruteraan awam, termasuk membekal automotive spare part, fabrication logam dan keluli, dan kami juga menjual dan membeli scrap metal. Dalam sektor kerjaan kami, peralatan dan mesin besar sangat-sangat penting untuk memudahkan kerja. Tapi peralatan seperti ini sangat mahal. Saya pun bertanya kepada kawan, bagaimana nak mengatasi isu duit deposit yang sangat tinggi seperti ini? Seorang kawan memperkenalkan kepada saya Maybank SME Trade Financing. Dengan Maybank Trade Financing inilah saya dapat membeli die cut 50 tan yang berharga RM250,000 sekaligus menaikkan sale turnover syarikat saya. Prosesnya sangat mudah. Apabila barang sampai di port, saya cuma perlu sediakan 4 perkara untuk Maybank, iaitu borang permohonan facilities, bill of lading, invoice dari supplier dan KI form dari custom. Lepas tu Maybank terus bayar kepada supplier saya di China. Dalam masa beberapa hari saja, saya boleh keluarkan mesin dari port. Sejak itu, Maybank menjadi rakan perbankan dalam perniagaan saya. Kini, dengan peralatan yang lebih moden, saya lebih yakin untuk projek yang berskala besar. Maybank ni banyak servis dan produk yang sangat membantu, terutamanya perniagaan saya yang semakin berkembang. Contohnya, Maybank 2UBiz. Saya gunakan platform ini untuk buat bayaran secara online, termasuk bayaran gaji. Jadi, saya adalah lebih masa untuk buat perkara yang lebih penting. Sekarang, syarikat kecil saya telah menjadi syarikat pilihan dalam industri ini dan saya teruja dengan masa depan perniagaan saya.
I started working on the factory floor. Today, I run a multi-million ringgit company that shift glove across the world. My name is CKO. I have been in the glove industry for about 20 years now. When I first started my own business, we couldn't produce our own glove, so we traded gloves made by other manufacturers. We were so small. It was hard because we were the new kid on the block. Maybank believed in us and gave us the first loan. We bought our first factory with that. We joined local and global trade shows with MITEC, so we could promote our products and service to get known of our customers better. Overseas customers are different. They are different payment system, and you must be able to maintain a certain foreign exchange rate because forex changes all the times. This was a huge headache, but Maybank helped us through. When we had to expand and when the gas utilities company required bank guarantees, Maybank stepped in. A good relationship is about trust. Our customers trust our product and service. Because of this support, we could meet the rising customer demand and provide a better facility for our workers. AHA has grown from a trader to a major player in the glove industry today, thanks to our banking partner who has been with us over 10 years. Through
I now call the meeting to order for announcement of the poll results, which have been verified by the scrutineers. Would like to call upon Ms. Kasturi Nathan, partner of Deloitte Malaysia, to confirm the poll results.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Based on the poll results displayed on the screen, I am pleased to announce that the results have been verified by Deloitte. For Resolution 1, vote for equals to 9,506,265 shares, which represents 99.51% of the total votes cast. Votes against equals to 46,921,072 shares, which represents 0.49% of total votes cast. Resolution 2. For Resolution 2, votes for equals to 9,559,071,422 shares, which represents 99.59% of the total votes cast. Vote against equals to 39,105,601 shares, which represents 0.4% of the total votes cast. Resolution 3. For Resolution 3, vote for equals to 9,596,541,994 shares, which represents 99.98% of the total votes cast. Vote against equals to 1,763,614 shares, which represents 0.019% of the total votes cast. As for resolution 4, vote for equals to 9,591,240,681 shares, which represents 99.92% of the total votes cast. Vote against equals to 7,236,410, which represents 0.075% of the total votes cast. Resolution 5. For resolution 5, vote for equals to 9,470,464,986 shares, which represents 98.67% of the total votes cast. Vote against equals to 128,3,004 shares, which represents 1.34% of the total votes cast. As for resolution 6, vote for equals to 9,594,227,179 shares, which represents 99.96% of total vote cast. Vote against equals to 4,031,186 shares, which represents 0.04% of the total votes cast. As for resolution 7, vote for equals to 9,591,167,068 shares, which represents 99.925% of total votes cast. Vote against equals to 7,146,395 shares, which represents 0.074% of the total votes cast. For resolution 8, vote for equals to 9,559,166,261 shares, which represents 99.59% of total votes cast. Vote against equals to 39,493,099 shares, which represents 0.41% of the total votes cast. And as for the final resolution, resolution 9, vote for equals to 9,591,606,844 shares, which represents 99.89% of the total votes cast. And vote against equals to 10,441,302 shares, which represents 0.109% of the total votes cast. And with that, I'll pass the floor back to Tan Sri Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Kasturi. So there we have it. Based on the poll results, I hereby declare that all ordinary resolutions tabled at this meeting carried. And that concludes the business of today's meeting. Once again, I thank you for your attendance and continuous support. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the board members for their continued leadership and support, and the management and employees for their effort and commitment. Let's look forward to continuing our success together. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend warm wishes of Selamat Hari Raya to all fellow Muslims who join us for today's meeting. May this joyous occasion bring you and your loved ones joy, peace, and prosperity. And with that, I hereby declare the meeting closed, and we will end the live streaming for this AGM now. Thank you. And I would like to thank the team for a job well done for preparation of this AGM. I think you guys did a fantastic job. Alhamdulillah, it was very smooth. Yes, Mr. Mutu.